There we go, and make an appearance. All right, man, this is awkward. Only one person on here. King of all kings said he was gonna join me. All right, let's see. Been making some diagrams. All right, so here it is. I have one. This is the one I just finished. I only added a few things. I was just seeing the connection between Blockbuster and Lego. That seemed quite more than coincidental to me. And I thought, well, who actually, who made the Lego movies? Because they actually are really popular and have quite a big following. And I realized it's Warner Brothers. And I realized Warner Brothers was one of the only studios that didn't actually have. Oh, fix the. Let's see. Actually, I might be able to. Just gonna try and see if I can fix the static real quick. Ah, crap. How bad is the static actually? Yeah, we're live. Because I have see, I actually do other videos. I mainly do psychology, and that is my main passion and what I plan to be doing. So I record them with this, but I think I need a cable to plug that in. Um, is it is the mic like unbearable, or is it just like suboptimal? You'll live. Okay, cool. Well, I mean, it was kind of it was funny. I was actually I just end up like thinking. I can't stop thinking about Teddy. Like I don't know if I've been possessed by it or it's a disease. I don't know if anyone else has symptoms where they stay at night and think like, huh, what would Teddy really look like? Because I think people thought it was like kind of crazy to say that I genuinely think Amazon by the end of the year, or that Teddy by the end of the year could substantially challenge a lot of areas of Amazon. And oh man, thanks, JP, you're the man. Oh, it's like I don't know, there's like worlds that I'd never really been part of. PP sent the $10. Um, and I'd never really been part of Reddit, which I really wish I was part of Reddit before GME squeezed. That'd have been nice. Um, but I wasn't, and I didn't even go to GameStop that much because I live out in the country. I grew up in the country, so uh, and I just a lot of those typical things didn't. I like missed a lot of social things that are normal for other people in that aspect. So I feel like now I'm starting to see, what the social situation would look like and how it could be quite amazing. Um, Probably just going to jump around a little bit. If someone wants to jump on here and give me at least some direction, but I was just talking with some friends about what I was going to talk about today, and I was saying that I think that esports will probably be changing, right? And I used to race motocross, and you'd have to go to the different races. For motocross or dirt bikes, there's only a few places that really have like a big scene, and that's LA, and Sacramento is actually one of them. So I didn't realize I was in the destination place where a lot of people come to. Anyone that gets serious about motocross, they move to LA. You kind of just have to. Um, and so I've seen different game streams in different locations, and I was thinking like it would make sense if they had a standardized esports place where you could do local tournaments. There's like local motocross races like everywhere, but if you want to go to the professional ones, there's a circuit, and the circuit's literally only California and a few other spots. Like one, I don't even know where the other ones are because most of them are in LA. One is actually here in Sacramento. So, but in motocross, there's only, I mean, really, there's only like 60 people that make the main show. And let's say that there's qualifiers, there's triple that or whatever. We'll say 100 per, about 100 people per class. There's two classes, the main class and then the lights class, they call it. And so 200 people out of literally the whole world, essentially. I mean, the US is the main motocross hub as well. Get to go to the races and it'd be televised and everything. And so, in that kind of vision, it was like thinking, well, do we really need GameStops as like a brick and mortar place? Is that really necessary when you download most of your games anyway? And I think that there could be an esports kind of hub where there's local tournaments that are all standardized, and you can move up and then get sponsored or whatever to go to other tournaments, different places, or even like kind of like the lottery, where if you win the lottery and you bought it at some 7-Eleven, that 7-Eleven will have a sticker that says, like, we're a lucky one. And so if people at their local level go in and, who knows, each day there's different games, there's like a schedule, and you show up when it's your sport, and you make it to the top. I mean, it could be that maybe you go live and, there's a huge crowd of people watching in VR, and maybe like there's some, Sacramento GameStop and some, who knows, Denmark, whatever, like other place around the world, somewhere, another person at just a local GameStop, and so all the locals are gathered around watching, just crowd in the store, and that would be amazing. And so I think that I think that the practicality of what GameStop sells, most of what they sell, I haven't been there a lot, to be honest, but uh, they sell a lot of things that are gaming flavored, right? You have like chairs or special edition whatever pillows. I don't even know. Different stuffed animals, all that kind of stuff. And so like that's all stuff that could go in just a regular retail store that has more space. And I think that the GameStop itself might just have, the essentials for like what you might need if you're gaming, like you're literally in a tournament or whatnot. And also, like I imagine, even like not just not just like PC games, right? That there would be like card games, right? So you have like cameras, and so it's like everyone can see. I imagine how this would also work is, a lot of GameStops are where? In a mall. And what do I think? I think that Ryan Cohn's literally going to buy all the stocks, all the brands, not necessarily buy them, but that like, when you get this basket of businesses, and a lot of these are retail spaces. And so say he gets a mall, I was going to make a diagram. He essentially buys all the businesses, like the whole malls, and then at the back of the mall there's just like kind of a delivery service where basically you show up, or like that's Lyft, or DoorDash, anyone that's like with one of those services can go through, they stop by the distribution part of it, pick up whatever order and ship it off. But also, let's say that you're there at the GameStop. You literally just are at GameStop, and you click on your phone, you want something, and then they go over, like literally right, like someone runs over, or they have like a little tube, tube technology like from Tenacious D, and it just pulls the item over, the shirt, whatever it is that you wanted, and they just hand it to you right there. So it was all in a big back room. And that's probably also why I think that they sold a lot of the Bed Bath and Beyond locations, is because I kind of thought of this whole mall idea, and um, I can totally see it happening. Let me see. Let's say, yeah. So yeah, that's kind of my idea. And I was talking to that same friend, those two friends, about this, and they were saying that Lyft and DoorDash, they're not like that good with their workers, but that's also, um, so I actually am. Oh, I guess I'll pause this for the chat. I actually do gaming. I play Warcraft 3. Um, I like the regular game, but a couple of my friends play. We do custom games. We do Line Tower Wars. So if people do like streaming, it gets pretty intense. Not gonna lie, I have two other friends. So if anyone thinks they could take us in old school Line Tower Wars, not the new stuff, literally like 1.67. Yeah, so I play that. I play a little bit of just the other stuff. I did get the new Call of Duty to play with my brother-in-law and stuff. I I feel like there's a learning curve to a lot of games, so it's kind of hard to keep up with uh, the learning curve. I feel like if you don't know the maps and you don't know everything, it kind of makes it quite a bit harder. Um, but so, oh yeah, so Lyft and DoorDash, they're not that good to their employees because they're not really employees; they're contractors. Um, I did play Conquer too. Uh, Back in the day, let's see. And so, but that's because there's apparently some law that they have to pay them at least minimum wage if they work full time. But full time, it's hard for them to get full time because they don't always have jobs, or they sit there in the car and they might not get rides like for an hour. I don't know. So I think if this was integrated, there would be so much work for to do that anyone that wanted to do rideshare work would have plenty of work and they could just work full time, and it'd be a lot easier to pay them, because it's hard to have a business model when you're scaling up because you have employees that aren't working. You have to get work for the employees, and so in this model, there'd just be so many people, all these brands would come together, and it would be faster shipping than Amazon, because you would only have to ship it from the central location of the city, the mall, or maybe even other like locations. Like I imagine the back of a Bed Bath and Beyond is just like a small warehouse of just stuff that's like the most common stuff or whatnot. I already have half the viewers and rants. That's awesome. uh, so yeah, so yeah, I think that the distance would be less, and so it wouldn't be like hour shipping. Like a few items you can get hour shipping from Amazon. It would be like literally like 15-minute shipping, like that someone happens to be in front of wherever you are. Let's say you needed diapers, or someone's right by Babies R Us or whatever, and it's a 10-minute drive. You literally click it. Oh, sweet. I pretty should put the link. Hold up. What's going on? Oh, I lost my cursor. All right, so yeah, someone come join me. So I think that it'd be literally like 15-minute shipping, and you think like, well, that's a little frivolous, right? Who would really pay for that? But the thing is that if you're doing a ride share, someone makes money driving it to you, right? But unlike Amazon, where they have to then drive an empty truck all the way across town, like I think about my parents' house, it's like an hour away from the airport, which is where the Amazon fulfillment center is. So if my parents order something from Amazon, they have to drive an hour, right, with a full truck. Hopefully drop it all along the way, but then they have to drive a whole empty truck all the way back. So you have the gas and the time for the employee. Meanwhile, if you had the Lyft and DoorDash doing it, someone comes and drops off the diapers, and then they pick up a ride to then pick someone up to take them back to the mall where they just came from or whatever. So the Amazon model really isn't efficient, and that's why a lot of people really don't see the vision of Bed Bath and Beyond. But like I promise you, just look at the financials and everything of Wayfair. It is not at all sustainable. It's in my opinion, Amazon is. I mean, I'm not saying short it. I don't. I mean, do whatever you want. Because I don't know how long it would take. I mean, Wayfair has it seems to have Wall Street support and whatnot. So I mean, who knows? They can get enough funding and whatnot. But my guess is that Wayfair is going to be pulled apart. Half of it's going to go to Amazon, as far as their market share, and then half of it's going to go to Bed Bath and Beyond. But I think it's going to actually be, in my opinion, pretty hard for Amazon to compete because of all the retail locations. And like I said, I mean, there's Amazon has been doing the research. They have Amazon Essentials, and they know what people buy, right? ABC said this just a couple streams ago on the PP show. Said like 80% of your sales or 20% of your items. So let's say you have a Bed Bath and Beyond. Let's say you have a Bye Bye Baby. Let's say you have a Toys R Us, a Babies R Us, Express. Pick any of these retail locations that have actual brick and mortar. If they make the actual store part of it just a little bit smaller, most of the stores, I think all of them have, you can drive to the back of it, right? Trucks and whatnot can drive to the back, and so they'll have like these micro distribution centers, and all the hot items that people, batteries and whatever people order quite frequently, will be there. And since it will cut the location from the people, and basically like it's if you have like I don't know the ins and outs of retail, but I know that it can't possibly be cheap to be shipping stuff around. Say that your store buys a bunch of stuff and then you just don't sell certain items and you have to ship that somewhere else to another location. That's just not like you're losing the margin. The margins are pretty thin. I had a vending machine business and I did a photography business and whatnot. Margins are no small thing to mess with. Just gonna read real quick some of the chat. Yeah, so yeah, so that was kind of part of the idea, but there's other sectors of Amazon, so we'll see like whether it could compete. So here's a chart. This is Amazon versus the world, I guess. Um, but I started kind of putting in what are some in these different sectors. What are some other things, right? So you have, well, I mean, the most obvious one is you have Amazon versus eBay versus Teddy, and Amazon sells whatever random thing that someone wants to sell. They pay for basically a compartment in the distribution center, a certain amount of space. We got Elling 85 with a 59 knock. I do not know how much that is, but thank you so much. He says, love some Saturday entertainment, Michael. Appreciate you, mate. Sweet. Thanks, man. Um, so, um, so so Amazon is kind of selling out to kind of just Amazon Essential type stuff. I'm gonna have an Amazon Essentials chair. It is definitely torn apart. I'd show you, but it looks bad. I mean, literally just the bottom of it just ripped like immediately. They say it has like a warranty, but like really is the next one not gonna just rip? So I didn't even mess with it because one, I'd already assembled it and like I don't know. It's fine. So so eBay, right? That sells random stuff. Okay, those are one-offs. They're trying to, some sellers are trying to, push products through there, but it kind of gets lost in everything. And so I think that you're going to have the differences, and you have a whole sector which is just all brands, all name brands with warranties, and those warranties. These are companies that put a lot of effort into their warranty, into their products. Like they want it to last, and so they are not getting like they're being compared to brands that don't have warranties because Amazon lets you ship things back. And so how that works for Amazon, so Amazon doesn't, I don't know that they care as much because someone's just renting space. So if someone sends it back, basically Amazon just sends it back to the supplier and is like, sorry, sucks for you. So when you have all these foreign brands that are trying to make it, Amazon's taking advantage of the fact that they just want to get their products out there. They want to kind of like when you have enough money to kind of push an idea forward, as long as you have enough to kind of survive, right? Kind of like, an alligator, they can't actually breathe underwater, but they can hold their breath for a while. And so they'll grab a prey and pull it underwater. And so companies, you know, essentially Amazon is kind of like that alligator. It's pulling each one of these companies and it doesn't really care if they die or not. It's not even eating them, right? It just like it wants the rent for those spaces in their distribution center. It doesn't really care what happens to them. So they're kind of cycling through all these companies, all around the world that are trying to make money and expand, but they're not, getting ahead because of how many returns. I don't know if there's any other people that are addicted to returns, but my wife and I have, done our fair share, I'm sure, of Amazon enough to where it's like, I wonder if it's profitable. And if you look at the financials of Amazon, it seems to not be profitable. I don't know what all the reasons are. Um, I guess a lot of that has to do with actually just gasoline and the upkeep of their fleets and all that. Because as far as the products, they're not. they're just renting a space. So I think that what the niche that's not there is all the actual brands that are going to have actual warranties, and they need a platform. And part of that warranty, it shouldn't be part of a receipt that you got that like literally is heat sensitive and just fades with time. It should be an NFT. So you have your Teddy app, or whatever it's going to be called, and all like when you buy the item, who knows if they take a picture of that item when they hand it to you. I don't even know, but literally even which exact one. So say a lot of items that have value will get ranked. You have first edition, not just first edition, but like literally a serial number. I think that serial numbers on items will become a thing, which will also help items from getting stolen. Because let's say that, wow, so it's just made me think. So like with the yeah, so the mafia, and they had milk. They were selling milk, and the mafia actually, once they got into the milk selling business, they were bringing milk from like Wisconsin or something to New York, and then they started selling cheese as well. But they were actually kind of instrumental. Dustin Ehrman with a 5 CAD, sweet. It's great to see you running your own stream. Hopefully, lots to come. Thanks, man. Yeah, I mean, people can't do it all day, right? And I mean, I'm down to stream all day. I'll um, I'll just keep going. PP said we're going to do a 24-hour stream, so yeah, I just soon do it all day. Have a place where people can go. So, uh, oh yeah, so these, um, oh so you know, if you have an e-commerce store, it's kind of sucks, right? If you have porch pirates, right? So right now we've been seeing in San Francisco and whatnot, a lot of people just coming in and stealing a lot of items. Um, oh, actually, I didn't realize that there's. Oh, sweet. Oh, I do have. Sorry, I do have. Sorry, I didn't tell you. Oh, King of all Kings, what's up, man? Sorry, I don't know how to navigate this really. I can't hear you right now.
Hey, I'm on baby duty right now.
Oh, sweet. I mean, I can put you backstage if you want. I just
Yeah. Put me in backstage. I'm just watching this little one a little bit.
it's
I'll be
adorable,
back.
baby. All right. Sorry to bring you in suddenly. Um, so like a squirrel. Anyway. Um, so oh yeah, so you have all these stores, especially in San Francisco. I mean, I live somewhat close to San Francisco. Stores like Target and all these other stores are leaving San Francisco because they're just getting pillaged. And people come in. They have a law where you can steal up to $600 or $900 worth of stuff, and so people come in the makeup aisle, and it's about $600 worth of stuff. Like it's actually an organized crime thing. It's a social arbitrage. Um, and so, porch pirates also got pretty dangerous. And now they have like the boxes that you put it in and whatnot. But I think that maybe the next step, and this is something where kind of G America comes in as far as like American laws and American brands. Um, uh, just real quick, a hot pocket. American brands that like if they had on each of the items actually had a serial number, just like if you we had like an old boat, old fishing boat or whatever, and we took it we took it to uh, the dump, in pieces because it wasn't going to fit in the whole, it was really old. But because it had a serial number on, they were like freaking out. They were like so mad, and they're like going to call the cops. And it's like, bro, this is like a 30-year-old boat. Like no one cares about this boat. But anything that has a serial number then becomes something. And like if you have a dirt bike, car, whatever it is, and you get rid of that serial number, it's a felony. I'm pretty sure. So you don't want to mess with that. And so I think that the idea of serializing things, especially since it's a lot easier now having computers and everything, I think that like everything, all these big brands will start serializing it. and there will be some value from having like the first one, the first item, serial number 0001 or whatever. And so you'll have attached to that serial number, you'll have an NFT. And so say you want to sell it, that's why I think that Teddy could take on not just Amazon, but also eBay, where it's like you have a reseller and you, you sell the NFT, right? So once they have the NFT, they legally have that item. So if anyone finds that item in your possession, they could, it'd be a legal matter at that point. So, um, yeah, so I think that's a pretty exciting, and I think it kind of has to happen because the profit margins can't be so good that they can handle, porch pirates and all that. Because if you say, hey, it didn't come, like they're held accountable. They can't just be like, well, sorry, you didn't pick it up in time. Like we knocked on the door, you didn't pick it up for 5 minutes, and the porch pirate got it. They just kind of have to pay. And so now it's like, well, they can, places will get raided, and all these serial numbers will come up, and they can just look up because it's a public distributed ledger, and they'll be able to either return that item, they'll, or whatnot. But that would be pretty legit. So let's see, someone had. Oh yeah. Also, I still don't. I haven't done research on A.M.E, so I don't actually know when I want to sell. All I know is, so the whole process on that, just real quick, is I I just saw that the cost to borrow was 600, and this was like a couple weeks ago, and I was like, well, I was like, kind of weird. I was like, I'll buy like a call option, $4 call option, just a couple or whatever, so $100, and but then the price stayed flat, and it's also kind of at the bottom of where it's been. I mean, it's still potentially, in my opinion, is already overvalued as a company, but there's retail interest and whatnot, so I kind of might elevate it. Um, but as I started thinking about it, I was like, well, after the conversion, I was like, if the stock equals right now to like $7, and then it, AMC plus, or $6, AMC plus eight, like the price would only drop from $4 to $3 if they did a conversion, like per share. And I didn't really do a ton of research on the conversion, because that's like actually a really weird thing. And I was like, and if there's such a high short interest to so much FTDs, like I think that it still would at least squeeze enough to get a 2x. So if it went down to $3 and then at 2x, it would go to $6. And then also people were saying that earnings this next quarter might be either neutral or positive. And I was like, I mean, that could bump it up to $6 or $8. And so when I kind of figured that out, I was like, YOLO. And I bought like $2,500 worth of $4 calls. And yeah, then there's the pop. And so now I have to figure out what I want to do with them. But as far as Bed Bath, I mean, kind of similar. The catalyst I was waiting for AMC was just the fact that the cost of borrow was 1,000%, and if there was going to be any sort of positive news as far as like earnings, which come out in like August, I was like, well, I mean, if some of the smaller people will get margin called if it jumps from $4 to $6 or whatever, and I might be able to make who knows, $10 or even $15 a share. So that was my thesis, right? And so similar with Bed Bath and Beyond, like I have my thesis, and part of that thesis is that just they're going to merge out of Chapter 11, August 1st, so we can go back to business as normal. I think then maybe August 2nd we might see Ryan Cohen, but I think that as it becomes clear that they're exiting Chapter 11, we're going to start seeing the price go up. And so, I mean, there is the 30 days, the 30-day kind of trial period as far as the off the top of my head, wish I had the document up, the docket where it said basically we're going to test out just see how the business runs. So they'll stock up all the shelves and see what, then they can do a proper evaluation after that, because they can't really properly evaluate it. And banks and other people don't really want to give money until there's a proper evaluation. I don't know if Ryan Cohn needs that. If Ryan Cohn needs that, then that means that that he wouldn't be coming onto the scene until the end of August. You know, when that 30-day kind of trial of seeing what their actual value is passed. Thanks, Sun Devil. Awesome to see you. Yeah, once that kind of trial is passed, but also like I think that there's also at any point, in my opinion, I think Carl Icahn might be able to just say, "Oh yeah, by the way, I own all the bonds," like, you know, except for 14%. You know, and so, you know, if he says that, like all of a sudden it's like, oh crap, and he's like, yeah, and I'm not going to say what's going to happen next, but you know, so I mean, he could say at any point. I don't think he's going to say it before the judge signs that, you know, signs the exit plan. But you know, just going to this real quick. Yeah, if you guys look at this, this is literally by Kirkland and Ellis. This is their roadmap. And if you look at all the other roadmaps for Chapter 11, you can just Google Chapter 11, you know, roadmap. All of them have a timeline, and that timeline's it's 180. It's a year and a half. And so the only one that I was just looking for one that didn't have a timeline, because I was like, why does that have to be a timeline? And it was Kirkland Ellis, and I didn't realize this, but Kirkland Ellis is the second biggest law firm, and also appearing on some of the recent dockets were the number one biggest law firm. So probably not a coincidence. But you know, they're the ones that are kind of setting the industry standard. I mean, this is kind of small print, but this was, what school was this? University of California. So this is UC Davis, right? How this is from their it's Chapter 11, a 101 class or something. But when you look at this, you go through it, all this has happened, and you know, the part that Pete, the pilot, misread, and I don't fault anyone for that, because, you know, I mean, I've been I'm not down on Bed Bath and Beyond. I got in at 25 cents, but I'm down overall on my investment from a previous play. So I feel like the Joker, where it's like, you want to know where I got these scars, you know? So, you know, what was getting canceled was the claims. And that's part of, you know, over here in the fourth step, the claims resolution process. And so any claims attached to Bed Bath's life before Chapter 11 get wiped out, any voting rights. So there is a bar date where claims can be made, but there's a format for that, and it doesn't. Anyway, they just had to. That part of that claims resolution is saying, one, you can't. It takes away voting rights. You know, they assume that if you own the stock, you're supporting the plan, and that's why the UCC is there, because the UCC is making sure the plan is good for the unsecured creditors. And I mean, it's the Unsecured Creditors Commission, I think is what it is. So, you know, they approved it, and they're saying that it's a possible plan, it's a viable plan to be able to for all shareholders, unsecured and secured, to be made whole. And they just can't guarantee it, right? They're just saying, like, it seems good enough, right? Similar to when you go, you know, they're talking about being delisted. Well, you have a certain kind of, you could say, a cure date. Like you have to fix your problem by a certain date, but that date is not firm. You can appeal it, and all you have to do is write a letter So some other stocks that fall right, they're below $1. Then the stock will usually bump a little bit when they write a letter and say like, hey, here's our plan. And they don't always share that. I don't think they kind of ever share it, actually. um, but but yeah, so as long as the like NASDAQ or the NYSE like says, hey, this plan looks good, then they can then they let them stay on the NASDAQ, right? So the $1, you have to have, your stock price has to be above $1, and your market cap has to be above 50 million. So there's lots of stocks out there that have been, and you have like 6 months to fix that. Otherwise, you have to have an appeal, and if you have an appeal, that gives you another like 3 months or something. So, I mean, if you keep making an appeal, like, hey, we're going to get back over $1, as long as the plan is like makes sense to the people who deal with stocks all day, they're at the NASDAQ and whatnot, then they approve it. And so, this plan, in my opinion, they could have submitted it because it was the day before the deadline. And that kind of seems more than coincidental to me, that if they took their plan and then they sent it to the NASDAQ and said, hey, just so you know, like, we'd like an extension on this date to not be delisted or to be able to be relisted as soon as we fix this. I mean, it could be like August 1st, boom, back on the NASDAQ. And the idea of the OTC, I don't really, I definitely prefer the NASDAQ. I mean, I know there's lots of things that people can do, but overall, there's more eyes on the stock, more ability to buy it. Um, but it's just definitely harder to buy things, and I don't think that it's necessarily that much safer. I wasn't scared to go on OTC. Like when they announced Chapter 11, I was like, oh, well, that makes sense, right? Because they had a restructuring plan, and then they went to Chapter 11 restructuring. So I wasn't actually at all shocked or scared. Yeah. Uh, but exiting, I think that they might be able to August 1st go right back on the NASDAQ, and then maybe there's 30 days, they get officially evaluated for the value of their stock, and then boom, um, we, or maybe Carla Khan says, yeah, I already basically own it. I own more than half the company or whatnot. So, um, yeah. Um, let's see. So basically, we can see that the only two things, so these ones are in process. So the claims resolution and the avoidance actions and asset recoveries. So that's like the whole waterfall thing they were talking about. Like, as far as I think I have to, I was right before the PB show last night. I was doing it all up, but I'd have to double check to see if that's true. But I'm pretty sure that that's the waterfall was, they're saying, oh, we have from our life before Chapter 11, we have this money set aside. We sold these leases. We have this money, and we're going to like spread that out to the people that whatever need it. But as for us, that doesn't really pertain to us. We're not part of the waterfall because we're still intact shareholders. We just don't have voting rights right now. So the next step is you have to implement the restructuring. And so they have to follow the plan. So they submitted a plan. So in that plan, I don't know, in order to, whether just submitting it allows them to. I think that soon we'll see trucks arriving to Bed Bath and Bye Bye Baby and stocking up, and or we'll hear some kind of news of that. At the latest, it will be um, July 31st or August 1st. But in my opinion, I think the judge wants to see it happen, because he knows that business can't. I had vending machines, and that's why I sold that business, was that you know let's say that the school goes on break. I don't, I have had several schools. That was like all of my vending machines. I just don't get money if they're on holiday. They want to set up they have school class pictures, and they want to put it all in front of my vending machine. Like, I'd either have to make a stink about it and, kind of piss off everyone, or just deal with the fact that for a whole week, my vending machines, some of my most profitable vending machines, are just gonna be blocked. So the judge isn't dumb. He's seen this, and he doesn't want to see companies just die, and see people make money off of killing the company. Um, it's yeah. So also, anyone wants to come in, just maybe I'll put. I think that should work. But yeah. So uh, yeah. So as far as timeline, like the one person asked before, um, as soon as I think we see the implementation, I think that the stock's going to jump. I mean, and once it jumps, I think some of the shorts might get scared, but I think the pathway isn't as clear. Other people can't see this, right? I had someone comment or post actually the picture. They took a screenshot, which I actually totally appreciate, right? Like I'm not in this like I'm in this because I'm all in, right? And it's not like I'm trying to protect my investment. I purposely got all in, and I don't regret it, right? And I'm in the green, so I could sell whenever I want if I wanted to. But I just want people to see the vision, not just because we're all going to go to the moon, but I just like this model of business, and I imagine that there's so many areas where prices will be able to come down. Um, if you have NFTs as a warranty, and even like you have all these like high quality products, having a serial number attached to an NFT. I mean, that's just going to change the whole kind of world of crime, and I like that. So when a business factors in like their expenses, they're not going to have to factor in as much theft, right? And all that. So I think that we'll actually see better deals. That our money will go further, and I'm all for that. I mean, also kind of here, I think that I imagined Blockbuster being, each kind of studio. Sorry to jump around. It's definitely that's how my mind works. I was just thinking about like bringing down prices, and each new person in the space will then have to compete, and part of that is money, how much it costs. So um, so I think that we'll see kind of like Disney Plus came out. They're like, well, they bought Fox, and then they did their own Disney Plus, right? Because like on their own, they're like, I don't know if we have enough quite on our own to just be a streaming service of literally just Disney. They just bought Fox, and then boom, okay, we have enough. So I think that there was some. I pulled a picture. It was actually Sun Devil that posted something about it, and someone else might have built off of that. I'm not sure who the other person was, but that they did a Lego land, or actually, it was a Comic Con that was a blockbuster made out of Legos. And so I was like thinking, what are the connections between Blockbuster and Legos? And there's like a lot of Lego movies, and they're really popular. So I imagine that's going to be the next kind of streaming service that will like kind of like Amazon. It comes in with your um, when you buy Prime, right? You get Prime Video, right? So when you buy Teddy, and that's the other thing is when when you look at actually, I don't have it pulled up, but when you look at like where Amazon makes their money, like they make a lot just from knowing that they have that certain fee. So they don't have to try and like set profit margins. They can just set like, okay, what does this cost us, and give people items essentially at cost, kind of like Costco does, right? You look at all the stores that are their model is expanding and growing, and they just they want you to pay the membership, and they take a little bit off the top, like when they sell the items, but they just really don't need a nickel and dime you other than that, because they know that every year or every month or whatever they're getting their check to be a member. and that is a good model. And each service is moving towards that. You have Apple is like, hey, yeah, you can basically just pay however many $100 a year. It's like $300 a year, $400 a year, and they just automatically upgrade you to whatever the newest phone is. So you're not actually owning the phone, you're just renting it. And that's because they don't want to deal with the ups and downs of uh, like how many things are going to sell and all that. It's like, well, if you just have subscribers, you just automatically kind of know what your numbers are going to be, and there's not really any worry about it. So let's see. Yeah, so anonymous bloomer was price targets and whatnot. So um, I I think that as far as price targets, that's the thing about Bed Bath and Beyond. Like if you really compare it, and it's just something that each person can do on their own. I mean, it's don't this isn't financial advice, right? But you look at like profits, assets, liabilities, all that. I mean, you can look at other companies. So if you compare Bed Bath and Beyond, how much they sold and what their profit was, even like right before restructuring, which like was the worst time, like the worst spot in their life, right? The most embarrassing spot, Um, they still were actually doing about the same as Wayfair as far as profits. And in fact, like Wayfair had way worse, like, assets versus liabilities. I think like Bed Bath and Beyond was like, I don't know, maybe 10% over or something. Well, Wayfair is like almost 100% over. Like that's double the liabilities as does assets. So that's like, how do they even have that much like that kind of discrepancy? Like all they have is distribution centers and whatnot. They don't even have any retail locations that can be in a bad spot. But it's just still that difficult. And so when you compare just the actual value of Wayfair, I don't have it in front of me. How would it come out to? Like the stock price right now came out to like $6, essentially $6 a share, and that's like referring to the max TSO. Not really at all worried about the TSO. I mean, definitely gonna be. I think there are ways that certain people could be holding lots. I think HBC and Sixth Street probably each one owns like 300 million. That'd be fantastic. That means that the functional float would be the 117 or whatever. I'm all for that, and I think it's practical. But even not worrying about that, if you just compare it to what Wayfair is, um, it would put it was somewhere between $5 and $6 would be the share price. If you compare it to Big Lots right now, Big Lots is not in a good situation either. Um, it would be like 450. Um, if you compare it, I mean, I probably should compare it to more companies. For me, there's, I mean, I think Holly Etlin kind of said it the best. She didn't say it's a $5 billion revenue company. She said it's a $5 billion company. That puts it at $6.70 something cents, if her statement is true. So the thing about that is the reason I bring that up is just because like this is a fundamentals play, right? I mean, like the saying, you know, zero or hero. It's no longer zero or hero unless like literally we go into like a war, which could happen. I don't know. I mean, the world's going pretty crazy. But that if you take either of those numbers, let's take the lowest one, let's compare it to Big Lots, which its price fluctuates quite a bit. It's so Big Lots would put it at 450. So let's just say it even like for some reason only does half that, whatever. So it's like you got 225, right? So if the price goes from now to 225, well, that's without the shorts even covering, right? So, and that's going to be like once that's clear that there's a clear arbitrage, you're going to have all these people jumping in with lots of money, and the price will go from 30 cents to $2. Well, then so then the short squeeze, that's gonna send it through the roof. The FTDs, and then you have FOMO, and I mean it's like that. Even in the worst case scenario, uh, it's still just like it's. I just say that because I know that it's going to be hard to hold on to, and I'm not telling anyone to hold on to or what to buy, but like I'm just saying that for me, I don't really see a point in selling unless you need to, right? I mean, I respect that because I bought Bitcoin at freaking $20,000, right? I was like, oh, I have money during the summer. This was a year or so ago, 2 years ago. Bought a bunch of Bitcoin at 20 grand, and then it just like kind of dipped down and dipped down, and I kind of averaged down a little bit, and then it happened to sell like at a wash at like 19.5, just because I literally had to pay bills. And so I totally get it. Like, we can't hold on as long as we'd like to sometimes. But I think, I just bring up that range just because it's like there's not really a point in selling less than, we'll just say worst case scenario, $4.50. But the difference is, if you look at that, Wayfair and so there's something called book value, and as much as we don't want like the Warren Buffett sort of book value thing, it matters. I mean, I watched Blue Apron. That's how I got these scars. That's my Joker's journey, was learning more than I ever wanted to know about a company I don't even buy anything from and I don't really care about. But it was, and that's why I also I know that FTEs aren't always true, but I watched the price movement, like literally it took me a while, and then I realized it was like spot on as far as following that. But I noticed it had like a magnet right to the book value, and so book value is important. And right now, if you calculate, so the book value is cash on hand, plus the assets, minus the liabilities. So when you look at the book value, what's the book value? And so that's a number. So then you take that number and you divide it by the number of shares. So, so that's why, I like, for me, it seemed like I didn't realize just how corrupt a board could be. So that's what kind of screwed me over about the Blue Apron thing. But I was like calculating, I was like, well, it's, it seems like an arbitrage opportunity. But if you look like at Wayfair, for example, they don't have a book value because it's negative, right? You add up their liability, their cash and their assets, and their liabilities overweigh that. So they have a negative book value, right? And so Big Lots, I don't know. I didn't actually look at what the book value is, but I think that one also might be negative book value. But everything else does have a book value, and that's what Bed Bath and Beyond will have at the end of this 30 days. Say they open up on August 1st, and then 30 days later they'll say, hey, we made this much money, and then it will actually have like a book value. For example, that was something Blue Apron even put in there, is they said, oh, we're doing this huge dilution, but guess what? That gives us this book value. And I thought that was really interesting because I lined up, I figured they were going to be acquired, I thought by Weight Watchers or even HelloFresh. And so I did a lot of due diligence because HelloFresh had been buying other companies. And each year they bought a different company. And then the last 2 years they didn't, but they'd been like kind of saving up. And so I figured they're just going to try and acquire the customers and the brand, because they said, literally the CEO said, we're going to come out, we're going to do a multi-brand tactic. And so I looked at all the companies and sorted through all the data, and I found that what the price that they were paying for each of those companies was exactly 5x their book value. So it can't be a coincidence that the numbers exactly came out for the last 4 companies they bought were all exactly 5x. And so I'm like, okay, well, that means, Blue Apron's worth this much or whatever. And it like hurt so bad because I had a lot of calls, and I basically had a choice. Well, I split half of it, and I bought half of Bed Bath and Beyond at 7 cents, and then half of it I spent on friggin' Blue Apron calls that expired, just worthless. And the one day when it pumped up, and I could have actually made quite a bit of money, they actually turned off the button to be able to exercise the calls. It wasn't just like randomly they turned it off. They turned it off because there's a reverse split. So that was what made the shorts have to start covering, was that there was a reverse split. And um, so yeah, I mean, I was with a friend actually in Vegas, and we're yeah, I was just in the car just watching it just go up, and I was like, oh my gosh, and I was like, yeah, I got to exercise some days. I was going to start scaling out at least a little bit, and it wouldn't let me. And I was like, huh, that's weird, because like my shares were pre-split, and normally they're supposed to just change it automatically, right? But oops, we accidentally forgot, probably because we have a bunch of FTDs out, and probably because um, probably because I don't want to pay. They don't want to pay these calls, and that's how they make money. That's why they do free trading, is because basically there's a certain amount of money on calls and a certain amount of money on puts, and whichever one is bigger, they just make sure the stock goes to their side. And yeah, and it's yeah. So I was, I didn't exercise, and I was like, oh, I'll just call in Monday because, like, man, this thing's just going to keep squeezing. And then it just didn't. Monday, it just like came all the way down before the market opened. Pre-market came all the way down to freaking exactly what my call options were. And yeah, that hurt really bad. So yeah, that's why I like Bed Bath. I definitely, um, I like that Sue Gov laid out the plan, and I like that it lined up with Ryan Cohen's plan, and I like that everything. I like Holly Etlin a lot. I mean, watch some of her interviews. If you're not feeling the Holly Etlin hype, dude, just type in her name, watch some stuff, man. Um, I mean, she talks about, like, in her interview, talking about the contraction of the market, and how you have to, like, when the market's expanding, you got to, like, make a lot of stores, and then you got to scale down, otherwise you won't survive in retail. And then they come out of hibernation when it comes back to expansion, and then they start uh, expanding again. And so, seeing her on board and seeing that everything lined up, even in the dockets, and even docket, I think it was docket 10, was kind of like the main overview in the plan, and that lined up with everything else. And so I've been watching. Every day, reading the dockets, making sure. I mean, King of All Kings messaged me at like 1 a.m. And I happened to be like awake, but not really awake. I was trying to fall asleep. Not like he woke me up, but like I was. I mean, obviously I saw it, like, so I was going through Twitter or whatever, and he's like, "Hey, did you see Pete's screenshot of the dockets?" And I was like, and I looked at it and I was like, "Oh, it's talking about this." But then I like looked at it again. I'm like, like, am I sure? Like, how can I really be sure that this is? Because like I was like, oh man, I really don't want to have to sell in the morning. But yeah, I mean, it did take some reading, and realize that people don't understand that, like, that to be specific, right? They have, is like, you have shareholders, and they have shareholders claims, and then the claims of the shareholders are wiped out. It's not that it says the equity of the shareholders is wiped out. That would be different, right? And I could go through that. I mean, I guess I could do whatever. I wasn't. This is kind of just a random thought that to even do this. I was just kind of getting the Teddy hype, actually. So let's see. King of All Kings, are you there? You want to come on? Yeah. Uh, hey, what's up, man?
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
Good. I was glad
Hey,
I
I
was.
guess the more of the story is like if you guys 2 o'clock in the morning and a doc comes out, just message Michael and he'll tell you what's up.
Well, that's the thing. Like, I mean, I'm in it for the truth, right? You know, and I could tell you were too. It's like, no, like I want to know, you know, and
Yeah,
ultimately we all have to trust someone, and um, you know, who do we trust? Do we trust, you know, I mean, I trust Sugov, I trust Holly and I trust Ryan Cohen. So,
right.
um,
Yeah, thanks for responding so quickly. By the way, I was like, what the heck, and you broke it down so pretty good. So thank you for that.
yeah, no
Hey,
problem.
first I want to say congratulations, man, on your show. It's nice to see you got your own show going on. So congrats on that one
Thanks, thank you.
for sure.
PP helped me set it up. I was like, I messaged him on Twitter, or he was like, "Hey, I'll be in the chat," and I was like, "Yeah, I might need some help actually." So he actually came on before the show and was like,
Wow. No, that's
um,
dope. Honestly,
"Yeah,
I love it. I love it. I like it. I like the 24-hour network thing going on. You got planned. That's pretty dope. I like
yeah."
that.
I mean, it'd be cool to have. I don't know. I mean, I think that it's interesting that there's so much capability for being connected to people and whatnot, but it's
Yeah.
kind of hard to like actually make it happen. And I think that that's part of what Teddy will do actually is the one app to kind of rule them all as far as like a social media. I mean, I think that they're just going to destroy Twitch, like literally destroy Twitch because you know, Ryan Cohen's made it very clear, like he doesn't want to do politics.
Yeah, he doesn't do politics at all. I'm really impressed, by the way, by your displays you have here. And I appreciate your DD that you always do. And I have three questions I think I
All
wrote
right.
down when you were started, streaming. Um, how many companies do you think are involved in this merger? That's the first question because I know you probably have better insight than most people do with your DD. I'm seeing a lot of companies, right? I wonder how many companies are involved. And then tell me more about the whole DoorDash and Lyft thing you were talking about. I think that was really intriguing. I was really intrigued of how they're going to compete with Amazon and all that kind of stuff. And then the live gaming thing that was
Yeah.
like mind blowing, right? Because I don't know much about gaming, but I
Yeah.
know that it's a big deal around the world, right? With the whole gaming system that's happening. So I want to just touch a little more on that one. I think
Yeah.
that
I mean, I
was
guess I could start at the end first. I mean, since kind of the first thought that actually came in my mind was, you know, I remember going to one racetrack in particular in Marysville. And right before you get to the racetrack, there was all these people playing tops. I don't even really know how to play it. I mean, maybe someone
mm,
knows, but like you have like these tops and you like throw them on the like, and yeah, I don't know. We drive by and like I could tell that betting was involved, like a lot of betting or something like. But there's like a lot of people every time we went, and I used to go to that racetrack to practice, you know, Tuesdays and Thursdays, and you know sometimes Saturdays, and like
wow.
you know every evening they were always there, you know, betting, and you know even I went to medical school, and part of it I was on the island of Dominica,
Hmm.
and man, the people outside playing checkers and money was involved, and you know all that stuff, and so um, I
And
think that I mean you think about all the like each city kind of revolves around its big stadiums. People identify with their teams, right? You know, it's like, hey, what jersey do you have on? But
hmm
like,
hmm
I don't think that like regular sports are going to go away, but I think that um, esports is going to get that same sort of legitimacy. Because I mean, for me, like I don't know. I mean, I like riding dirt bikes. I don't typically watch it though. I mean, I find myself like, to be honest, like watching random streamers, like rather like you know, like we're playing Warcraft, right? Like, for example, Warcraft. I like the game. I like the concept. You know, you have heroes, you have an army, but I can't play it that well. Like, and so to watch someone else play it, and I like think about it, you know, and especially when you can interact with them and you can suggest it. You know, there's one guy that streams that does, you know, named Grubby. I actually think I might have like gotten in the lobby and played one on one against him. And he just destroyed the crap out of me. But
oh,
like you know you can pay like $20 and he'll like do whatever tactic you say. You can just say whatever
wow.
random tactic and he'll just like do it, you know, for $20. And I mean he makes way more than $20 per stream. Lots of people like give him money.
Yeah, it's crazy to see how people make money with gaming around the world. It's really fascinating, in my personal opinion.
Yeah,
Um, And then you said EA Sports. Are you talking about
or
the
esports, just
Esports?
yeah, just esports. Is that like that's the thing is that you have only a few people, right? Like that are making a lot of money. I mean, Grubby, I think he like I don't know, his net worth right now is like $6 million or something, right? Um, so, but I think that like there needs to be like an on ramp to that, and also I know that like cheating is a thing, and so I mean, it's like, oh, you have an aim bot, you have this, you have that, and how do they standardize it? But it's like if you had, in a GameStop, you had like these, monitored whatever PCs and Xboxes or whatever people wanted to play on, and that locals could come. There could be tournaments, and they could move up and brackets and whatnot, and that way they knew there was no
Okay.
cheating, and then they could also offer sponsorships or awards or whatnot, or who knows, maybe you get an NFT, right? So you get an NFT, then your favorite person that all the people that like watching you,
Mm-hmm.
they're like trying to buy that NFT from you. So then you could sell that NFT for whatever you want, right? So they technically didn't give you money, right, or whatever, however they want to do it. But it's like then someone says, "Well, I'm the number one fan because I have their like June 5th tournament win, NFT." You know,
Tell me
uh,
something. How big is the market cap in the gaming world? How many billions are you talking about?
oh, oh, it's ridiculous. And I mean, you think about what's the actual sports market cap, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I know there's still a lot of people that watch regular sports, but I'd say that even the people that watch regular sports, I mean, think about it, people right now are watching this, right? I mean, you could say short squeeze type stuff is a sport. I mean, I kind of see it as one, um, but I mean, the money is there. I mean, you look at like let's just say it's even a fraction. Like let's say it's a quarter of what regular sports are. I mean, there's huge stadiums, millions and millions of dollars.
Yeah, I saw
And
those
yeah.
before.
So I think that if they create like an on ramp, because like the thing is like, so I like psychology a lot. That's what my main website is about, actually, in my channel. But what people need for their body, for the actual hormones to work right, is you need a reward that you want, a roadmap to get there, and a way of measuring progress. And so, say you want to be an esports champion or whatever, like how do you really get from point A to point B? And so to have like this like kind of GameStop be this kind of place that's saying, look, you ranked this on the local level at this tournament, you made it here, and you could like know where you're at and what kind of reward is coming ahead of you, because you're like, hey, when you get here, like I remember one time I was at a race at Arco Arena in Sacramento, and my favorite motocross rider was Mad Mike Jones back in the day. And I saw him. He hit this huge jump during the race that no one else was hitting. And I was like, oh man, that guy's legit. I'm gonna be like that guy. That was before I even knew his name was too. So I was like, oh, that's like a funny. And so I got really good. And there's one type of motocross that became popular in like 2000, like 5 or 6, which was called pit bikes, where you have like a little kid's bike and then you make it really fast and then adults get on it.
Oh yeah, yeah. I know what you're talking about.
And so I was at a big race at Arc Arena for that, and the Red Bull rep was there, and Mad Mike Jones he had the Red Bull helmet back in the day, and so I was like, hey, what do I do to get that helmet? you know, that was the reward I wanted. I've been working for that, and by the way, if Red Bull ever sees it, still haven't gotten that helmet. But
They're
so
watching one day.
I was like, he's like, well, you got to be the best in the world at something, you know? And I was like, all right, well, just keep your eyes on the race, right? And there's something called a hole shot is when you start. And it was like half outdoors, half indoors, like the track there. And I started off and I was like in first, going on the first straightaway. And this idiot just like literally just runs me straight into the hay bales, like didn't even turn. It was like, are you kidding me?
Yes.
So I pick up my bike, I start it, and then I was like trying to catch up from the back. But like, you know, in hindsight, I probably would have got like third place actually, because there's two guys that were really fast. but either way, I wasn't fast enough to try and catch up and beat everyone. And but I did have a chance. And
So
so
you,
yeah.
do you still ride today, or what's up? Do you?
um, I'm not. I'm kind of out of shape. It's kind of hard to get in shape, and it's kind of an expensive
Oh,
sport. But I do have a bike, and
that's dope.
I plan on getting back into it. I'm not that into racing anymore, just because it's kind of different. But I just say that because, like, it at most races, like, there's nothing real. You're gonna get a trophy or whatever, But like, I just can totally imagine all these kind of like steps that of achievements and all this stuff, and that you have your Teddy app or your Gmerica or whatever it is, and literally anyone can see all your stats right there. And that there'd be like local heroes, and it's like, dude, you're our local town, Dota hero or whatever. Like, I don't even know what is someone's playing, but like that the connections could be made at a local level, that someone wouldn't have to be the best in the world. It's like, I'm the local pro, and like that people would have a reason to come to the mall. It's like, hey, dude, my favorite guy is there, because like I didn't know that I had gotten. I was like, I wasn't quite like the local pro. I like made it to like, I don't know, top four. I was usually like fourth, third, or fourth place at the local level.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize there was people that thought that was pretty cool. They're like, oh man, like I remember that one time we hit that jump on your pit bike, and like the big bikes weren't even hitting. That was so sick. And I raced like, I actually took my pit bike, this tiny little bike, in like the regular class. And I got second place against all these like straight up adults on real bikes, and like everyone thought that was like the funniest thing.
That's funny because gaming now really gets old, man. Because I mean, I'm like what 30, 33 myself, and I still
Yeah,
game sometimes. So I think it's funny how Ryan. I think GameStop is up to something that's very intriguing. I think you said about you know putting that live stream gaming in play. I think that's very intriguing. I think it's something that I think America doesn't really have, right? In my opinion, as much
yeah.
as other
I
countries.
mean, it's happening, but it's not like it will be. I mean, I see all the ways forward, right? Like, say in the game, right? You could all the best exact moves of the game could be clipped right into NFTs. And you're like, hey, I own literally that moment in this game or whatever it is, like, and that money could then go straight from the person that likes that person to the player themselves. It's power to the player, right? You know.
I'm not sure, but is this part of the reason why you think he has the NFT thing? I think it was involved in a docket or something, if I'm not mistaken. Or
Yeah. Well, there was lots of tinfoil around other companies that have been filing patents and trademarks for NFTs. So that's, like Blockbuster, and uh, I think that was, who else did it? Toys R Us said they're doing NFTs. Uh, but it's just like the idea of an NFT is it's a contract. So I don't know what everyone's experience or everything is. Like, I'm not a crypto expert, but it's crypto is cryptographic. It's a distributed ledger. It's a public ledger. So we operate right now on, you have a third party accountant that like verifies it, right?
right,
But you can easily just pay off those third party accountants. And I mean, people were doing the accounting for FTX, and people have kind of tried to do the accounting for things like Tether and whatnot, like these different coins. But like, ultimately, there's a lot of ways around that. And so the idea of a public ledger is that everyone can see it, right? And anyone can look through this ledger, and that can keep people accountable. And I think that is the future, because you know uh, trusting any individual person is difficult, but trusting uh, like everyone combined, um, there's um, there's something called like the Nash equilibrium, and like it's a concept from game theory. And so it's just saying that when you get enough players in the game, and whatnot, you can like guess what everyone will do. Anyway, um, I just was bringing that up because I just think that like that's going to be key, because they need to, like, they don't we don't want, none of the companies probably want to be hacked. So if every item you sell has a a serial number and an NFT associated with it, like, I mean, I remember I was at PetSmart one time,
Right.
and this lady came in, and well, she had come the day before and bought a 50 pounded bag of dog food, but then she came back the next day, went back in, grabbed the same bag from the shelf, and then tried to return it and get $50.
Oh shit.
And the manager came out, like, sorry, but we literally just watched you pull it off the shelf. And like, it was like kind of
Right.
irritating because I'm like, that's why things cost more, you know? And,
That's crazy.
so, but like that kind of is bypassed if you have an NFT associated with it because it literally has a barcode. It's like, look, this is the one I bought. And it's like, all right, yeah, that's the one you bought,
I,
And
I love your ideas, by the way. Tell me something about, how they have the machine that has the gaming where you're standing, but you're not standing, you're being held by some kind of harness or something.
yeah.
You know what
And
I'm talking
I think that's also going to be part of it somehow. I mean, because like
Right.
it's like expanding where you can run around and like, I
Yeah.
think that you'll probably have, I mean, that I believe might be kind of part of the future of e-gaming is like literally they're running, just like a real person, like we'd be playing paintball or airsoft or whatever. Um,
Right.
but
I can definitely see that,
yeah.
something that they can do with that, honestly.
And so, I mean, I think that those games will evolve and the money will be there to fund those games. And, that will be amazing. I mean, like my nephew loves VR gaming, right? Like he plays like monkey tag, gorilla tag, or something like that. And
Yeah.
so, I mean, it'll be something all ages can do. And I mean, imagine going to a gorilla tag competition, worldwide. Like that'd be crazy.
I mean, that's
So
like taking, I feel like that's like taking on a lot of people, right? They got Amazon, Apple. I mean, he can do that. I mean, I feel like he can make his own product, in my personal opinion. What's
yeah,
stopping him to making his own product, his own VR set, in the
yeah, and I
future?
think it's like even kind of I think it's more of the platform, right? That like there's already companies making it, but like if he's the main like operating like main platform for those companies that he's supporting them, that everyone now just kind of has that industry standard, and they're like, that'd be amazing. Um, Another
So
question
then,
you, yeah, what
yeah,
is?
the other question was, how many companies think are involved in this play, man? I love the play. I love the
Yeah,
company thing where you're breaking it down. I mean, I'm really impressed by how you break things down and how you have your DD done. I'm just intrigued. How many companies? I think I heard Lyft in there, I heard DoorDash and
so these are
Amazon.
just ones that are that we've seen pretty direct kind of uh, tinfoil, attaching them.
Mm-hmm.
So one is Dragonfly. Right, actually, I guess I'll sort of in this side.
Yeah.
So Dragonfly, they have Caterton, El Caterton, and Volition Capital, or they work with them, and each one of those has a ton of little brands. So right here is actually these are all the ones they like think are majority share owners or they own. I can't remember. And these ones are they're like minority owners. And Volition has a lot. So I didn't put all the ones from Carl Lacan in IEP just because I mean one there's a lot. And but just looking at Newell brands, I mean you have all these different brands, and they're individual things, Rubbermaid, Crazy Glue, Sharpie, all that. But
That's
I
all
think,
under Icon, you said?
yeah, those are all
Shit.
those were ones that like he either owns a big share, like some big kind of like like influential share of in
And
the
are you
IEP.
saying that he can possibly have these companies under that umbrella, this way?
So, like, I mean, there's something called like antitrust law, so you can't just like own everything. And I don't. So, that was actually something that was really bullish in the dockets. Is in one of the courts, it talked about all the different fees that were paid out to the lawyers, and one of them was discussing antitrust laws. So it's
Mm-hmm.
like, why are they discussing antitrust laws? Like who? Like that means that there's some reason to suspect that they become a monopoly or they be a monopoly. Like, what would that like? And so that either means one, that Carla Khan is involved and there's something to do with IEP and the fact that Newell sells through Bed Bath and Beyond, and then there's some sort of conflict of interest. But it
Wow.
also could just be that uh, they're trying to see a way to do this where it's like, I think that's why Ryan Cohen wants to mainly do the platform, is because there's they big businesses and brands, they only have like so many platforms. They have to pick one. It's like, who do you want to be with? And he's going to make the most appealing one for brands that really have quality products and they want to stand behind their products. So every brand that wants to stand behind their products will be running to Ryan Cohen and Teddy.
What's Icon's biggest companies he has, by the way? I cannot really read that. It's very small.
So I mean, on here, I'd have to. Oh, actually, I
Top
can.
three or something.
So you have like Coleman. You have oh man, yeah. I'd have to like look it up. But but that is. I mean,
Yeah, I can check it out.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I can. Let's see anyone in the chat. Like, I'm sure. That's the cool part. That's the reason I like having everyone. Is everyone kind of has things that they know a lot about, and
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he has got big companies in there, and then Overstock, right?
so
Jesus,
that's
go
the
ahead.
thing. Is I think that a lot of people like didn't understand why overstock was so important, and I didn't even know that like they're not. I mean, there's still a chance. I think that things aren't like technically kind of finalized in a way or whatever. Like, but anyway, like either way, like they needed an e-commerce solution,
Hmm.
and having just the infrastructure to ship things and all that. Like Bed Bath and Beyond didn't have their own infrastructure for that, and that was part of the reason they were not making money. I mean, you have when did Wayfair make a lot of money in 2020 because everyone's stuck at home. So Wayfair, that's the in the last 5 years, that's the only year they made a lot of money, and they made a lot of money.
Okay,
Um,
before you go too far, can you break that down when you say they didn't have the infrastructure to ship their own stuff?
So, I mean, like as
Mm.
far as like deals with different trucking companies, you have just like inventory management and like how to track where shipping is going and how to order products. And because like you have this huge semi truck, right? Are you
Mhm.
going to, how do you fill up the whole truck? You really drive it across the US with half a truck full, right? You can't do that. So there's all these like, different programs and whatnot to like try and maximize all that, right? Like, so say you're shipping products, well, you can rent out half of the truck. So you're like, I'm going from A to B,
Okay.
and
Okay.
you put it to some site. I don't even know what the sites are, how that exactly how that works. And you say, have half a truck, and then they just basically like it's up there like a Craigslist type thing, and someone's like, oh, I got half a truck worth of stuff, cool.
Yeah.
You throw in the truck, and then it drops it off. So they try to maximize that because shipping costs are expensive. And so, Overstock has kind of figured out that and has all these deals and all these things with all these shipping companies. However they do it, I'm not actually sure on. It's called the co-opting paper industry. By the
And then
way.
you
Oh.
said the e-commerce, right? So the e-commerce part, you're saying they need
Yeah,
the
so like it's if you watch the eToro interview, everything that she talks about, Sue Gov talks about, is all about the stores. She's like customer experience of the store, um, and the right like getting the right locations, strategic locations, but she doesn't say anything about e-commerce, and it's
Mm.
because like that just wasn't where they were making the most of their money, right? They're making the vast majority of their money from their actual retail stores. And so they're like, we just want to keep doing that. And so they have a partnership with Overstock. And so, yeah, so that's why Overstock was so beneficial. And there's a benefit from economy of scale. So when you have a business, just like
Hmm.
I was saying, right? Like if you didn't have, like, say you had half a truck worth of items, Well, you have two choices. Either A, you need to order twice as many items and then try and sell them. That's difficult. Or B, you have to be able to expand and find a way to fill up the rest of that truck and make money.
Right.
And so Overstock is already driving cars, all that stuff. So just to have more, for them to be bigger, it's kind of like
Got it.
Lyft and DoorDash, right? Like if some people aren't making a lot of money doing that, but that's because like they're waiting long periods of time in order to get calls. And
Got
so
it.
if you knew that there were constantly so many orders and whatnot, and like the pay was so consistent that you're like, hey, I got 45 minutes that's free. Whatever, I'll just turn on my DoorDash or my Lyft or whatever, and I'll just deliver some Teddy packages, like, or people or whatever, like if you knew that it was there, it would be very appealing. But the uncertainty, because the economy of scale isn't there yet for Lyft and DoorDash. I mean, like my parents live out in the country, right? So, I mean, we barely even have like fast internet, right? Like, I mean, watching a 1080p video on YouTube is about the max that it
Killing
can
my
do.
ass. Yeah.
And so we don't have any Lyft people out there. We don't have any.
Uber? No.
No, no, dude. If I got a Lyft from like my parents' house, 15 minutes away to the nearest gas station, we'll just say, like that cost me like $40.
Dang, overcharging the
So,
price.
but like that's the thing is that once now you see the Amazon trucks going up and down all the neighborhoods where my parents live.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I thought Amazon was doing this thing where they like ship it to UPS because it's not profitable for them or something like that. So there's country
So
area.
they're kind of. I mean, I don't know the details of. I don't know the details of the ins and outs of what Amazon's doing, because I know that they do also do some like cars. That's how they do their 1 hour
Yeah.
delivery and whatnot. But like,
Mhm.
I know that they have UPS, but um, they have their own trucks, and then they also leverage some of like. Um, thanks, PP. Enjoy your dinner. Um, yeah, um, so I think they do have a little bit of each, but just like how there is that market, right? Like it's like where my parents live. There are people out there. There are customers. The question is it worth it? And I think that things will kind of change once say Teddy comes in and people are like instead of Amazon trucks, they're just Teddy regular people, Lyft people or whatever. It would be a lot cheaper because then they're like, yeah, you want to ride back to town or whatever. It's like it's a 20-minute drive, like it's $5, dude. I was already out here to deliver something, so or $10 or whatever. Like it could end up just bringing the cost down on both sides so much more.
So then touch on the DoorDash and Lyft since you're on that kind of the same segue. With the DoorDash and Lyft you were talking about, can you just like put that
So
in?
so I saw some tinfoil on Reddit. Someone posted that they ordered the Teddy books just recently.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at the address, actually, so they put the Teddy books in a separate package, and like the package of Teddy books inside another package, kind of like Amazon does sometimes with like off, size things. And the return address said uh, it said Dash Mart, which is like the center of DoorDash. And
Mm.
so my guess is that essentially Ryan Cohen, the whole Teddy book thing, was just an experiment to test the shipping and the times. And that's why, maybe they weren't even sending all of the books at once, is just so that they could practice get how fast they could get the shipping, right? Because it was like, oh, hey, sorry, my bad. But yet, like, if you were about ready to, like, I mean, let's say, Ryan Cohen comes in into August or beginning of August, who knows, and says, ready, set, go, Teddy, it's here. You would have like millions of orders of all these items from all these companies suddenly, and they would have to be ready for that. And so I think that the Teddy books and shipping those, it's also a way to ship it, to find out who are you shipping it to, who wants to be part of this, like what addresses are going to probably be our first customers.
Did you saw that when I think was it King Kaz, we was talking about um what is it called? He put the Teddy books on Amazon.
Oh, really?
Yeah, to sell them on Amazon. I'm not sure. I think I saw that somewhere, and I did check on them. They were on Amazon. So
Oh, that's funny.
possibly he was testing the shipment rate as you're talking about, right, to see how fast something can get shipped and whatnot.
Because I mean, that'll make a difference. I mean, I really think that Teddy will be able to do 30-minute shipping on a lot of items, and
Mm,
that's gonna really kind of, because like you think like, do you really need everything in 30 minutes? And it's like right now, like I don't know, say I wanted a cable, I'm doing a live stream right now or whatever, and my microphone's not working, and I needed a old USB cable because that's for some reason what the
right.
microphone thing I have uses. Like if I just like clicked it and like 30 minutes through the stream, my wife comes in and hey, here's your package, right? Like it's like that's pretty legit. Or you're at a party, you're like, oh crap, we're out of cups.
Yeah.
No one wants to leave the party, and it's like, oh, it's going to cost me an extra $1 or $2 to get it shipped, fine, whatever.
So are you saying that he's going to entwine the DoorDash platform and the Lyft platform from getting for all the stores from Teddy's store, and what other store you think he'd be using it for?
Well, yeah. So Teddy is going to be the platform. So kind of like, I mean, DoorDash or Uber Eats, right? So companies will register with Uber Eats. So Uber Eats is just kind of the platform that's like, but there's all these companies that then use them to, connect them with customers and connect them with drivers. And so I think that, I mean, I don't know exactly how it will go, but I think that, we were talking about the ERPs, like the basically the systems that like manage inventory and shipping and all that, like, and customers. And like I used Google, what was that called? Uh, anyway, like Ryan Cohen was tweeting, he tweeted Oracle and was like, hey, I've been trying to get a hold of you. The software doesn't really work that well.
Uh-huh.
And then Microsoft, he's like, hey, Microsoft, I've been trying to get a hold of you. The software doesn't work.
Oh
So I
yeah,
think
yeah, yeah, yeah,
he's
yeah,
going to
yeah.
create his own software. And so I don't know like how much of that will be leveraged with DoorDash or Lyft or whatnot, but like whether there'll be
Wow.
information and then DoorDash plugs into that and just can extract information from the Teddy app or the Gmerica app. I'm not really sure exactly how that will work.
Hey, you won't be surprised if he creates his own people, his own platform for drivers, like DoorDash.
Yeah,
I won't be surprised at all.
I mean, or just buy it. I mean, I don't know how much DoorDash is worth right now. I mean, I guess I could look up.
Mm.
Um,
I think another thing you said is interesting was because you know how I don't know if you know, but DoorDash has they now have small hubs around the cities now. Like they have their own hubs where, for example, let's say that you want to order toiletry, toilet paper, toilet tissue, whatever at nighttime,
yeah,
but Walmart is closed or whatever. You can still order the toilet paper at like 12 o'clock at midnight at the hub, and they just deliver it.
and I think that would be kind of the way. Like maybe they could even have like sort of a, I don't know, a locker system or whatever for the drivers that way they could do the 24 hours things, or even just the distribution center. So like say the mall kind of closes down, but then the distribution center still stays open,
Hmm.
at least to some capacity. I actually just looked up Dash. That's DoorDash? It has a
Yeah,
$32 billion market cap.
it's huge, man.
What the crap?
It is huge. Delivery is like what it does these days. I didn't know it was a
Okay.
$32 billion cap though. That's pretty crazy though. I didn't know that part. But
Okay, yeah. Well, so it's 32 billion. I was gonna say, I was like, who knows? Maybe Ryan Cohen will buy it. If it's just like I was thinking it was gonna be like 500 million or something.
wow, it's an $84 stock right now. Can you believe that? That's freaking nuts.
with a with a $32 billion market cap. That's freaking.
Yeah, my goodness.
So maybe that's it. Maybe we'll find some tinfoil that like even deeper attaches DoorDash to being like, cause like let's say that Ryan Cohen goes to DoorDash and just like, hey, like, do you want to back us up or whatever? Like, I don't know. I mean, like that would just giving that. I don't know. That's pretty cool. That's
No, I think it's smart for Go to do that because you got to compete with Amazon, in every single way you can. And I think partnership with DoorDash and Lyft or different platforms, will beat the
Uber has
service.
a market cap of $95 billion. What the?
Wow. Yep.
Lyft has a market cap of $4 billion. Huh.
You heard about Archer, by the way?
What
Archer
is it?
Aviation. Archer Aviation. You heard about them?
No, I don't. I don't actually.
It's like a taxi for like drones. You better check.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, look it up. It's they're parting up with Uber soon.
Huh.
It's crazy. Yeah, it's gonna be nuts.
I mean, already, like I know in China they have. I mean, a lot of people are doing deliveries. They have scooters everywhere. People with scooters running items, food, and whatnot. It's kind of a yeah. I mean, it is kind of the future. So. Um,
Oh, yeah. So the last one, right? Toys R Us. I see Toys R Us on there.
mhm.
Break that one down. Is that
Yeah,
is that
so I mean, Toys R Us. So its brand is owned by WHP Global. All these brands are actually, and their whole tagline was actually I have a whole different.
Which, by the way, I really think you should be part of the board or something of GameStop, man. I kid you not. I think Ryan Cohen needs to take like a fucking survey or something of all the people out there, and just like pick people's brains who got the most creative ideas and start vetting people.
That'd be legit. I definitely would love to work with him.
Yeah, because you got some pretty intriguing.
So all these brands over here are owned by WHP Global, and their whole tagline is activating the power of a brand. So. Um, uh, um, and so, I mean, Toys R Us, Babies R Us, like, I don't know. See, I don't like. It seems like there's like seems to be a connection, and it makes me wonder like whether Teddy would actually be the name of um, the name of the Bye Bye Baby stores, or whether part of me actually thinks that like that Ryan would just kind of I don't want to say like lease the company or so like have some sort of deal with Babies R Us to where like it's like look like I want to be in control. I want
Mm-hmm.
you guys to use my platform and I want to make my own clothing line and stuff. But yeah, like you can run the stores. So I mean, part of me thinks that some sort of deal like that might happen. So we might actually Bye Bye Baby will potentially be Babies R Us.
Somebody say franchise. Who's WATDS? The franchise?
Well, wait, sorry, you cut out for a sec. What did you say?
No, I'm just reading at the comments there. WATDS. He said franchise. That could be so.
Oh,
That could be interesting. Yeah, yeah, with a cat, little cat emoji you put on there.
yeah. So I mean, that's kind of
I'm not. Did you notice? I think someone said that. I mean, I saw it. The WHP stock went up 200%. Towards our stock went 200% like a couple days ago.
oh yeah. No, I saw that Party City went up like
Part.
150% too.
Oh, really?
I mean, that's the thing. Party City. I mean, like it kind of also supports the idea, right? Like you're having a party, you're like, crap, we forgot balloons or whatever, or like, oh, like I'll just get it all delivered. I mean, um, people all come in, and it's like you could just have it all delivered, like literally a party delivered. You're just like, I'm at home cleaning the house or whatever, and then it's just like, boom, like they show up, and who knows, maybe even, yeah, I don't know. I just think that there could be ways that I think the market didn't really work, and that's something like there was a switch from like the boomers controlling the market to now the millennials, and
Yeah, definitely,
I think
definitely.
that like in the Teddy books, I need to actually order the books. I was thinking about going through like Teddy page by page, but I don't actually have the books. I was going to order them yesterday, but I was like, I don't know if they'll come in time, but I'll have them at some point soon. And so one thing that the kids and Kingston and another other kid that they're playing with is a dragon and a dinosaur. And so I think that the dinosaur is the old brick and mortar kind of way of doing things,
Mm-hmm.
and then the dragon is the new e-commerce solution that's going to help that. And so it's bringing both of those together, because even Amazon, I was looking it up. They actually still they 6% of their revenue comes from physical stores. Apparently, I don't know how that works, but
Wow.
maybe that has to do with Whole Foods.
Hey,
But
Mike,
yeah,
someone said, was it? Someone said Teddy Holdings filed on Tuesday, January 4th, 2022. You know what he's talking about?
yeah. I mean that's. I mean, I don't know all the filings. That is.
Is it Australia? Yeah.
I just know that there's. I don't know. One, there's filings, and then they just became active. So they became active like a week or two ago. So
Okay.
they're ready to be used. And that's another thing is that the trademarks had to have been shown to be that they were using them. So that's where the Teddy books kind of come in, is they were actually using.
629D chess. Man,
Does any?
I I really really applaud you, man. Honestly, I really do. I think that 24-hour live stream that you guys are starting with PP is fucking awesome. It's
Yeah.
fucking awesome because I think like on the weekends, right? Like you kind of have like, I mean, you try to enjoy with your family doing the weekend, but you're just so pumped up and just trying to wait until Monday and see what the fuck happens, and the docs dropping in and you guys breaking them down and all those people on Twitter. What's his name? Golly, a lot of people on Twitter. Citizen and one with the monkey. What's his name? Forgot it.
Salvatore.
Salvatore. He's fucking
Yeah.
smart as fuck. I like that guy.
Yeah.
He's awesome.
Yeah.
And ABC, you guys talking about it. So I think you're running this evening, weekend, or whatever, however you plan to do it. It's fucking awesome. You
Nice.
know, I love it, honestly. So
Yeah, it's pretty sweet. And we got 27 people here hanging out with us. So if anyone else wants to join us, I think I can add more people. Let's see. Actually, I'll put um,
how about WATDS? He's been talking a lot. I've noticed. Where
yeah.
is he at? He's been
Let's
talking a lot.
actually go through the comments to see.
Who is he?
It is kind of interesting to try and find everyone how they're connected on each different thing. Like a lot of people didn't know who I was because I just put Michael on the PP show, but then like my Twitter handle is one thing, and then it's like Mind and Emotion 7, and on my YouTube it's A.M.E for Anatomy of Mind and Emotion. So yeah,
Trying to put them together, right?
yeah.
Trying to put them together. No, it's cool, man. Honestly. Um, so tell me, what do you think the price range is going to be on Monday, man? I'm waiting. Like Monday
So like I
price.
kind of realized that like a lot of like certain things people pick up really fast. Like there's if any any SEC filing that has the word dilution in it, like I'm sure like all the algos are just set to just like short the crap out of it. So I don't, but then other times I'm like, I find out things and then the market doesn't respond as soon as I think like like it will like bottom out and then
Mm,
I figure out what their exit is and it's like, oh, okay, that makes sense. But then the rest of the market doesn't figure out what the exit is and it just goes down again. And I'm like, guys, like the exit's right there. Like, so, people have some weird ways of kind of investing in different things. I mean, there's lots of people just straight up don't. Yeah, early, not wrong. Amen.
not wrong.
Um, and like there's certain criteria, and that's part of the reason like the seller boxing thing works is like you can't even like certain people can't even buy unless they call their broker to buy stocks that are below $5 per
Really?
share.
They
Yeah,
can buy. They can buy the OTC without
they
calling.
can't buy anything that's under $5 without calling their broker to actually buy it. So you know that's just how it is. And so that if they can get a stock below $5, it
Yeah.
automatically restricts how many people can buy in. And then kicking it to below $1, then there's even that's considered a penny stock. And
Right.
actually, each kind of brokerage might have different rules and whatnot. But like I thought about, I mean, I wanted to buy at 4 cents on Fidelity. So, I transferred some money over and then just waited and waited and waited. It was like 6 business days for it to actually go through. And I was like, this is so lame.
Dude,
Luckily, I
funny.
think I
Sorry,
bought
go ahead.
some I bought like something else like IEP or something just in the meantime because it let me buy that instantly or whatever. So I was like,
Mm.
whatever, I'll just buy this until I can, for some reason.
Dude, it's a funny story. Last week, I got my wife opened up her brokerage account. She got all set up. Everything is good.
Yeah,
Put a couple hundreds of dollars in there. Put it on BBBY. Right.
yeah.
The next morning, I got an email from Fidelity saying, "Do you know how to exit your how to exit your stock? This is how you do it. All these instructions how to come out of puts and stuff like come out of stock and stuff like that."
Yeah.
I was laughing. I was like, dude, they already started doing the bullshit. So I was like, nah, we're not getting out, buddy. You just keep down your
I
ditch
mean,
and boy.
like when they have like I remember getting emails and it's like, hey, do you want to turn on share lending on this stock? And they even say which stock they want. And I'm like, I have multiple stocks. Why are you asking for that one? Are you guys scared?
They asked a
There's payments.
BBY.
Huh? That was actually for Blue Apron,
Oh, really?
but it was like yeah, I was actually up double on it. It went all the way down to 50 cents and then it went up to I mean, my average was I was in at 80 cents, and then it went up to like $1.60 something. So
Yeah.
Schwab isn't instant anymore. Yeah, it's man, I like. I mean, part of me wishes could buy on Robinhood, but then again, I was like, I did just make quite a bit of money on my popcorn calls. So
Wait, how do? Because I try to buy on Robinhood. It's not on Robinhood. You know that.
yeah, no, I mean, I bought it before it went to OTC, so mine's a position close only.
Oh, so okay.
So most of my shares actually still are on there, which is actually kind of scary to me. But so I have I'd gotten a Moo account. I bought some
Momo.
on there just because like when
Yeah,
I
Momo dope. I love Momo.
yeah a while back I like sold all the other stocks I had and I just bought. So my Moo is just just Bed Bath. It's like 10,000 shares or something, and then I have like 20,000 shares or something on Fidelity. But
Yeah,
yeah, I'm probably
yeah.
actually gonna, I'll figure out when I sell my popcorn calls.
I heard about the AMC news that happened on Friday. I was like, what? Yes, I just saw it on Twitter.
So I'll probably dump at least half of it back into Bed Bath. I'll
Yeah.
just actually wire transfer to my Fidelity and yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. what is it called? DRS, direct. What is it called? Where you trying to get your shares on direct instead of
Yeah, direct
lend
register.
out. Yeah, I, I was reading something about that. It said it takes a few minutes. Do you think that's worth it to do since the whole, you know,
Um,
thing in a minute and the process? Do you think it's worth it to do, or do you just?
I mean, it costs money per stock. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, it does.
Yeah. So, I mean, if it was free, I mean, I would. Why wouldn't? Why not? But I mean, I think it's like, I don't know. I mean, maybe someone in the chat or something might know how much it is per share, but I remember just like seeing it and I was like, oh, that's not worth it. I mean, it's like, I'm not gonna pay
Really?
half again more or something. It's like, I don't know if it was like, I mean, it might have only been 2 cents or something. It's free through Fidelity. Oh, interesting.
Oh, really? Yeah,
Um,
it says it's free. Mm.
okay. Well, maybe it is. I don't know. I just haven't. Yeah. Um, I mean, I've thought about it. I just like one. I thought the timeline was gonna be a little bit faster. I thought we were gonna get a little bit more of a bounce quicker, but I think
Yeah.
that bounce got absorbed into. I mean, the short interest went up, right? And when we went on OTC, like I know they didn't have to report all the short positions. Like not all hedge funds and everyone has to actually report their positions. But it seemed like the short interest actually went pretty low when Bed Bath went off onto the OTC. But then luckily the short interest came back up. So
Yeah.
I think the spring is loaded, and I mean, we saw like if you look at just like what other stocks do that typically. Um, uh,
I think it's a two. What is it now? 200 something? Is it 200 something now?
it was actually almost 400. Um,
400.
yeah, it was the cost to borrow. And so,
Right?
like in my opinion, so like I think that it has to do with because they have payment for order flow. They come have a bunch of orders come in, and they do just give you kind of an arbitrary price. But I think like the computer kind of like has like a risk level, so it has like its own evaluation and its own like metrics it's like looking at and sentiment and the global market and all that stuff, right? I mean, like one of the reasons that Bed Bath went down or didn't go, so we only had like a 0.5% increase on Thursday, and then went down on Friday, and I think part of that was just because the whole market went down, and like
Oh, really?
because the BRICS nations, China and Russia, they're trying to create their own currency, right? Like the DXY is talking about the strength of the dollar compared to a basket of good money, right? So you have like you have the Swiss franc, you have the kroner, and the pound, the British pound, and um, what else you got? The euro. So it's only comparing it to those ones, right? And
Mm.
so, like, that's not a picture of the whole world. Like, that's technically only like, I don't know, 15% of the world is even like in that sphere, right? So,
It's going to go
what,
up.
so, so why, like, the strength of the dollar versus the rest of the Western basket isn't really that important. I mean, it's important, but like compared to the whole world, right? Looking at what is the Chinese yuan doing? What is the Russian ruble doing? And so they're all going to put their currencies in a basket, kind of like the DXY, but and and so that they'll have a set kind of exchange rate and all this, and so that people can use that currency more easily.
Question for you, my man.
Yeah,
Right? You do charting, right?
a
Oh,
little bit. I mean, it's like kind of. I mean, I have a. Yeah, I mean a little
okay.
bit.
So tell me why BBBYQ, Bed Bath,
Uh-huh.
our stock, our freaking stock. Why does it before like around like 8 a.m.
Uh-huh.
before the market opens in the morning? You see like either there's been after hours and it's been trading, but I thought we don't trade in after hours or before hours.
I mean,
So what
OTC
is that?
technically does a little bit of like after hours, like 15 minutes or something, like just how they have it cut off. I'm not really sure what the point of that is actually, but It does have, I think, 15 minutes of after hours. But there can theoretically be some people can trade outside of the stock market. Like, I mean, there are certain ways around that. I don't know who all. Um, WAAT
They said
says
data
data.
delays.
Yeah, I mean, also, I mean, I think that part of it has to do with the fact that I think that how the payment for order flow works is like they get in all these orders and they have all these indicators they're looking at. You know, you have the DXY, you have all these things, and then each there's ETF baskets, right? But there's also just like legit baskets. Like if you look up like a heat map, um,
And the barcoding, man, the barcoding on BBYQ.
yeah. Let's see if I can share different.
WADTS is data delays.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't know. I mean, I just be kind of spitballing as far as what I think is happening. But I mean, each one of these has like a different sector, and so I'm sure that they're kind of looking how each one moves and comparing them all and saying like this sector's going up, that one's going down, and so they give you essentially a fake price, but it's based on how all these other factors, and so they kind of um, supplement that with um,
Got it.
they give
Got
it a
it.
certain amount of risk, and then so I guess they'll either short it or whatever. So I mean, there's lots of weird stuff they do behind, and so the price doesn't always reflect how many orders, right? Because I mean, you can look at like Fidelity and it says, like the last 2 days it was like 85% buy orders on Fidelity for Bed Bath, right? So I mean, it was pegged at like 90% for like 2 or 3 weeks. So if you have 90% buys and 10% sells, like that means the price should be going up like fast. But and it's also like you think about who's buying. I mean, you have Sun Devil out there buying a $250,000 at a time. Like you
Yeah,
know
man. I think
that
I was looking at a Weibo one time. I saw a $50,000 share order
yeah.
in one morning. I think that was on the Wednesday or something. When it went up, like I think it was like 13% or something. At the time, it was like a big ass order that came through that morning.
And they're all holding. Like I mean, the people buying right now are holding. I mean, you usually do get like a pullback, like when it goes up. Like there are the day traders that like they want to get out. And another thing is that a lot of people, I think that have a lot invested, they don't like to be invested over the weekend. So Fridays is usually like the bloodiest day.
Yeah,
So it's when you
predecessor.
can kind of get a discount if you want to buy, because that's when basically Ken Griffin and the rest of everyone screws over the market so that most of the call options and put options expire out of the money. And yeah, so um, yeah, so I mean, I never really expect Friday to be a good day, to be honest.
Yeah, it's always terrible.
And then Thursday having the announcement from the BRICS nation, which like that definitely would cause a lot of fear. Like there's something called like the VIX, which is like a fear index. So when that goes up, it would suggest that the whole market's going to go down. And yeah,
What's Austin saying? For me, I just want half of my positions DRS, regardless of the transfer agent. Granted, it'd be happier if computers was BBYTA. What are you talking about, buddy? Michael, do you know what he's saying?
um, um, I mean, I agree. I mean, like part of me was like thinking about thinking about DRSing, just but I'll have to look at how to do it from Robinhood, because I mean I'm not like worried about DRSing my 20,000 shares on, but I do have like 140,000 shares on Robinhood.
Right.
So I don't know. I mean, I'm not. It's like kind of a hard position. I mean, for me. Like I don't know. I mean, we have to scale out at some point, so I'm not really sure.
So I'm trying to get it right.
Yeah,
I'm trying to educate me this DRS, how the work system works. I think the biggest thing that I get from people saying is that we don't lend our shares out. That's the biggest thing about it.
theoretically, yeah,
And
yeah.
what's the second step about? What's the second step about it? What's the
That
most important thing about it?
like on the share is basically written your name. So if it's like if they issue a Teddy share or something like that, that
Mm-hmm.
you could say whose is it, and it's like it's literally mine. You know, like when they had the bankruptcy thing, everyone that had DRS their shares, they showed up on the share count. Everyone else was just under Seed and Co. Um, and I do
So,
worry that
so
like,
why are you hesitating? I hear a lot of signs. I don't
well,
get
it's
it.
just like I mean, I'm like, there's a lot of factors that kind of go into it. I mean, one like, I mean, I have an app. I was actually the reason I wasn't gonna do this stream. It was kind of an afterthought. I was like, oh, you know what? There might be some people out there that want to, and I was gonna do a short video on just this to make a few other graphics. But I was like, well, then I have to record it and edit it and whatnot. And I was like, oh, I'll just do a live stream and see who wants to come
Oh,
hang out. But
yeah.
I was going to do a video on I have an app that I built that actually analyzes text for personality qualities.
Wait,
And yeah,
pause. Did you say an app you built?
yeah,
That's a different video for different day, man. That's fucking awesome. Whatever the
yeah,
hell.
yeah. So I mean, it's on my website, mindandemotion.com.
Wow.
But
Okay.
also, if anyone wants to join, but um, it's ready actually. I mean, actually, I'll just put it in the.
What's the app real quick? Just
Um, So it's mindandemotion.com. And so what it does is it looks for basically there's a reason why we use certain descriptive words. And so it looks at text and it can see um, how someone describes things. So if you say something's cool, or you say it's hardcore, or you say it's awesome or inspiring, like each word kind of actually like shows some insight into how you're measuring, or like the lens you see life through, and how you're measuring value or risk in situations.
right.
And it's unconscious, right? It's like if I ask you, like, are you an extroverted or introverted person? What would you
Introvert.
say? Yeah.
Introvert.
And here you are, joining, one of the only people joining the actual live stream, showing your face, right? So it doesn't make sense, right? In the typical sense of extroversion and introversion, it doesn't make any sense. But
Okay.
my theory deals with these emotional lenses. Basically, their emotions are correlated with these specific lenses, and it's how we see life. And one that actually all of us have is expansion, this expansive sort of approach to life. And we're looking for like in statistics, there's the outside of the distribution curve, like
Mm-hmm.
the thing that like likely wouldn't happen, but like if it happens, it would be amazing. And so you can see that it just in the way we speak. And so if you go to the website and you click on the text analysis, there's actually a Twitter app, and you can type in not any Twitter handle, because um, you can't just like scrape all the data. So I just have like some of the top popular people, like the top 100 at least. I think Pulte was actually on there too, though. And if someone else wants me to put them on the Twitter app and make them accessible, like let me know. But yeah, so I'm ready to launch it. Actually, I'd like for it to
No,
be able
honestly,
to.
congratulations, man. Congratulations.
Actually, just real quick, maybe I'll just I mean, to kind of kill two birds with one stone. I mean, you guys are here
'Cause I'm sure
chilling.
it's a lot of work, and that's impressive, man.
Um,
Good for you.
I'll put So here's the website, and so you would go to text analysis. You go over to Twitter,
Yep.
and so you click in here and you type in. We'll just go to Elon Musk. Search.
Dustin Ehrman says put rats on it. What the fuck?
Oh, Morans.
Oh, my rat. Oh.
That's funny.
Oh shit! Yeah, that guy got. No, PP said don't talk about that guy. So I'm not going to talk about him. He's a waste of my time. Him. I got some beef with him too. So I don't want to talk about him. But thank you so much, Dustin Armin.
Why isn't it working?
So just curious, a normal human being, not even human being, a normal millennial, how will they use this? When will they use? Will they
I
use it?
think my programmer actually might be working on it right now. To be honest,
Okay.
this so yeah, it should pop up with Elon.
Gucci Greg says, "Dude, holy Michael, you're a prodigy. You're really a right coin plant." Uh, awesome. Yeah, he's pretty fucking smart, guys. Michael's pretty.
Let's see. Let me just. What document should I use? Whatever, I'll just grab something. I'll try this. This is just like you can type in any text here. This should work. There we go. Okay, so I just grabbed something random. So on Twitter, it will do the same sort of thing. And so right here, these are 8 different kind of aspects. Oh, he did update it. That's legit. Okay, so like, for example, concrete versus abstract, right? So I'm a very abstract thinker, and that like a lot of people just get lost and it's like, bro, like just tell me something concrete. Give me a concrete price target, right? And I agree, right? I told you copy. I was like, bro, you tell me when to sell my AMC because I have no idea. I'm gonna have to do some research this weekend to even figure out. Like, I literally have no idea, and I'm like, crap. Like, I have 18 grand on the line right now, and like, part of me thinks it could go higher, but I literally have no idea. Like, I feel like I know a lot.
I just heard about AMC on Friday, so I'm
Yeah,
looking
and I'm
into.
definitely not advocating someone to jump in. I mean, like, I guess if you're doing no homework, live your best life.
Yeah, do your own
Um,
DDs.
but this app, right? So you have all these are different colors, right? So if you go in here, these are the 7 different approaches. I don't know if that shows, the tab part shows up, but we'll do so like expansion, for example. So that's one that, and I've changed some of these. That's one thing that my program guy is trying to update is updating to the new. So maybe I'll switch screens so I can see what you can see. Oh, you can actually see the. Oh, really? Oh, wait.
Wow.
Hold on. Where's my. It's scattered. Where'd my website go? Oh, there we go. That's nice. Okay, there we go. Now I'm on the right screen. Okay, so these the first one. These are the tools,
Flare.
and these are the weapons.
Nice.
And so it basically each time you reference a category, it's like a description word that has to do with like learning or maybe skimming. It has each one of those individually. So like right here, the darker color is the weapon, right? So vision, having a vision of the future and whatnot, would be this green one, and then but just being like wishfulness, is like vision, but it's not substantiated, right? That's what a lot of people. That's why the GME meltdowners think that we're like possessed by like this one, which maybe they're not wrong. I mean, um, we definitely YOLO a lot, and that's part of that could be some wishfulness, but
Oh, hold on. We got Plur. He's just giving a little shout out to us. He said, "King of Kings and Michael, let's fucking go."
Heck yeah,
What's up,
Blair.
Blair? We're looking at Michael's fucking app, man. This fucking guy is like the next, I don't even know, fucking millionaire. We're looking at him, I'm telling you. He got his own fucking app, by the way. He's ready to launch it. It's fucking crazy. I'm being honest. He's up to something, in my personal opinion, because a lot of people are trying to figure out, how their brain works and who they are in terms of, being more functional in society. So I think when his app is ready to go, I'll be on it.
Thanks,
Damn.
man. And so
So
that's
yeah,
why, like, for me, like, um, I don't know. I mean, I mean, I do want to hold long term, right? I'm definitely hold part of my position, but I kind of, I mean, this is my real baby, right? And so if I made enough money, as soon as I make enough money to, I have a friend that's a programmer, and then the program I'm working with, if once I have enough to pay them full time, it's going to be hard to keep holding, to be honest. But at that point, for me, like, it's just like, if Ryan Cohn is involved, like, I mean, it's just going to keep steadily going up forever. So,
yeah. This
um,
this this is why I say that, I'm glad, Michael, you brought something like this, like the project you're working on, because I feel like, I hope a lot of people in the chat got their own business or ideas or whatever they want to do in their lives, and hoping that, this situation that we are in can help us change our lives and our kids' lives in the future. So I think Michael is a great example. I think Kaz too. Kaz got his own. What is it called?
crinkle fries.
Crinkle fries. I was fucking loving that when I saw that, man. I was like, people give a lot of shit. People give a lot of shit to Kaz because he's just being Kaz, but not fucking stupid. Just being honest. So I commend you, man. I'm giving you flowers, man.
Thank you.
Good job, honestly.
So I just copied and pasted another thing. Like, if you guys wanted to by hand, say you wanted someone's tweets or whatever, you put them in here. It takes kind of a bit of text to really get a concept of someone. Um, and so you hit analyze.
Yeah.
What is it? Oh, okay, here we go. Whoa. No, that's technically.
Don't want it. Yeah, man.
Okay, here we go. So I have two. There's actually a compare feature, um, and so on Twitter you can actually compare handles. It shows you who's the most similar and who's the most opposite. And so on here you have like learning, and so you can see this is comparing two people. I mean, and you can go each. I mean, you can see all of them together if you wanted, right? So you can see quite like how the difference is. But we'll just go with just one. Maybe we'll do this one, right? So there's two. One thing this will help is, say, like on like Amazon, like Alexa, or whatever's like listening to all your conversations. If my app was integrated into that, you could literally ask it, hey, say you're arguing with someone, you'd be like, hey, what's our argument about, fundamentally, and it would say like, oh, you reference one person's referencing this a lot and emulation a lot, and the other one's not referencing it very much. So you should probably define what the line between that is, like what it is, because you can look at this and you can say, actually, slow down. So you can say how many times does someone talk about that category,
Mm-hmm.
but you can also look at what's the diversity of language they use within that category, and so that actually changes it. And so let's say that someone references a category all the time, but they don't have a very diverse language vocabulary in that category. It means they don't really know a lot about it, right?
Right.
Um, and so if they don't reference it at all, then it means they're just kind of oblivious to it. So there's three different ways it could go in each one of these categories. You could either have a diverse, like a deep understanding of it, you could reference it a lot, or you could just not reference it at all. And so there's like 150 different categories, and each one of those categories could go 3 different directions. And so with enough data, I think that like this could, I mean, it just really is very clear about personality. Is my app gonna fix it? No, it really
Yeah.
would. It's
Michael, when I saw that, I was like, oh shit. I told you, Michael, you're sitting on fucking money right now, man. These people's fucking marriages. Fuck, is it Dustin?
hey, well,
Ironman needs a marriage counseling or something? Or what? What's up?
well, if anyone wants to help get me in the right in front of the right person, I mean, right now I'm trying to pitch this to Twitter, because like, you know, Twitter doesn't have a really good way of like showing uh, uh, like displaying information, right? It says, oh, these are people who are subscribed to. Here's featured people, which, you know, whatever that means. But mine, you could literally have a tab and it's like show people that are like me. And it's just like all Twitter is like, oh, show people that are different than me. And it wouldn't it all be based on like keywords like rockets or music or whatever. It'd be literally personality based. And so you'd be like, you know, if you're a really abstract person, be matched up with other people that are abstract, you know, like if you yeah, so that would be cool. But also a dating website would be able to show whether this matches up. Let's see. So the website is
Here's the blog.
and for I think my programmer is working on the Twitter part. I gotta let him know. I think it broke somehow, but I think he's updating the database which is referencing. So yeah.
Yeah, you got another one from WATDS says, I cannot afford insurance. Please be my therapist.
No, actually, I do. That's something that I actually want to do on here. Is like, I like interpreting dreams,
Hey,
and I mean, I
there
can't be
you
a
go.
therapist, even though I'm a doctor, but I could
There you
definitely.
go.
That's the whole kind of thing about my theory, and you know, let's see, I'll let me pull up, and since you guys are all cool and hanging out, wow. All right.
Plur says he has a blog. What he's talking about?
Oh yeah,
Talking about
Plur
your
read
blog?
my. It's on my website, so you can.
Oh, hey,
Yeah.
go look at that, Plur. You
No.
got a
He
blog.
read it. He said he read my one on ADHD, and he
Oh, okay.
liked
I
it.
see.
Yeah. So let's see. What screen should I put this on? Oh, I guess I'll put this.
Speaking about psychology, Michael,
Yeah.
what are we going through right now as BBBY holders right now? Like what are we going through? Can you just, because we're going through a lot, right? Going through a lot when you get a chance.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, like, it's. I mean, it's just not on our time frame that we want. But like, if you look in the dockets, like it's there. So we're measuring time in days, right? We're
Mm,
measuring times and how many times we, you know, and so that's actually the key is that of my theory is actually there's 7 different ways to measure things, and then each one of those is subdivided into 4 different subways. But so it's like we're measuring time different than Kirkland and Ellis lawyers are, right? They have a roadmap, right? And in that roadmap, there's a step. Do step 1, move to step 2.
right.
And you know, Holly Etlin has a roadmap, and she's like, all right, call, you know, this person, do that person, set this meeting. You know, I mean, you look through dockets. I mean, the PP show we did last night was fire for sure.
Oh
We
yeah.
like we went through a lot of the dockets, and like I could do that right now as well. I mean, I also can do it tomorrow or whenever. I mean, and also, dude, if anyone has any dreams, like people are here for Bed Bath and Teddy, but you know, definitely if someone wants to get here and tell me a dream, I'd love that. So just real quick with this. So these are the 7, and I'll tell you which category we typically are in. Is we're in this third one, which is creativity and perspective. and it's analogizing and innovating, right? So what is it that we're analogizing? Well, we're analogizing Bed Bath and Beyond to GameStop and Hertz, and we're seeing how that's analogous. You know, what parallels. We're innovating ways, right? Like even right now, like what do we all come here to do, right? We talked about Teddy, and like what could Teddy do? Like how could we innovate this dead market, these dinosaurs or these brick and mortar stores that didn't make the jump into the technological era? How can we like jumpstart them, right?
Right.
And but this is actually associated. And I did a whole research thing. I went on Reddit, and at first I was doing research on something else. It was on something called aphantasia, whether you have like a mind's eye or not.
Mm.
And then I found I could guess whether or not someone had um, ADHD um, by the themes of their earliest memories. And I was like
Wow.
I literally like I have a personality survey on my website. You can like take it. It's definitely the beta version. Um,
Wow.
uh, so there's but just by checking a box, like which one of these themes does fits your earliest memories, and you go through like your earliest three memories, and it will literally tell you whether you have ADHD or not. I mean, it doesn't actually say that because I can't diagnose people on the through the internet, but like my research said it was 100%. Like, and like not only that, but like it could tell you what subtype of ADHD you had,
I
whether
think
you were like an impulsive or whether you were like combined or
I can
inattentive.
definitely see something like that being implemented in workplaces, right? In terms of like saying what job fits you best, or
Exactly.
you know what I'm saying?
And the thing is that, you know, I think that Ryan Cohen's trying to leverage that, to be honest, is that
Good tell.
school was not made for this group right here. We all have three. They're stacked in an order, you know. Your first one is the most influential, and then the second one and the third one, and whichever one's in last place also matters because that's the one you least like. Um, but pretty much anyone here, you know, that's like YOLOing money on whatever, and like it's like dealing with the OTC market, that is this one, right? And school is not made for those people, right? Like the amount of times when I was in school and a teacher lacked perspective was insane. And like I couldn't even pay attention if the teacher would say something that wasn't true, and my mind would go off on how I could fix it, what I should say. And teachers do not like to be called out. I definitely know that for sure. They don't like, you know, the old systems don't like creativity. They're like, just do it this way, right? Like you put me on an assembly line and I'm going to invent a new assembly line. Like it's in my head already. I'm sitting there. Yeah, you're paying me to do this, but like I can't help but think of ways to innovate. And that's the thing is that people, that's like my, so, um, so, so, but this is like, because this is tangential thinking. So if we go, um, what would be the best? I mean, this is, I mean, why is not, but it's exploring the global variables. Well, let's see, what would be the best?
What's that thing he's talking about? Ryan Cohen about school? Like he didn't. What did you say?
Oh,
Ryan?
I mean, one, he didn't do, like he didn't want to go to college, right? And I think that he can leverage people that are creative, right? But the thing is that people are creative like us. We need a platform because like a think tank, right? Like I remember like when I graduated med school and the first, I didn't get into residency, which you can't do anything with your degree if you don't get into residency,
Mm-hmm.
which sucks. Where does Rod fall? So that's actually a good point, right? I'll this actually diagram explains it probably the best. So I was looking in different things, and then someone suggested, hey, like, hey, they have these think tanks, and I was like, man, that'd be like the greatest job is just sit there and think of ideas, you know, just be the idea man. And so I started looking into it, and then I was like, oh, it's like a power brokering thing, like where like you bring together people who already have a lot of power, and then you combined your power. And I was like, okay, never mind. I'm like, you just like work for a big oil company or something crazy. But
yeah.
so our mind, the easiest way to look at it is we have these dichotomies in going on, and so if you wanted to type yourself, kind of actually the easiest way to do it is to look at this and say, like, which ones of these, like, so it's the opposites, right? So flexible, there's a choice between something being flexible or being impartial to exactly how things are made, or being rigid, having to, like, I'm partial to what I want, because like some people, it's like, yeah, I'm down to do this, right? Like, so all the people that are here, the 26 people that are like, yeah, I'm chilling with you, they're obviously flexible because like things changed, but yet they were open to that change, right? Someone who's rigid would be like, no, this went in a direction I don't want, I'm out, peace, right? So each one, there's 7 different dichotomies, and some of them we do both, and some of them we only like to do one of them. And so if you actually go through and circle which ones you feel partial to, it shows a lot. Like I can be flexible, I can be rigid, it's not really a big deal. But like looking at like um, process and like bottom up view, like from the ground up, like what is something, like my degree is in chemistry, like what are the molecules? Like when someone says something, I'm like, I want to know really what it is and define it. And I don't want just like, oh, just do it, it works, follow this indicator, it works. I'm like, but what is the indicator doing? Like, what is the MACD really looking at? Like, I need to know. Like, I can't like trust it until like I know really like how it's working, which that shouldn't be the case. I mean, I should just be like, it's like other people are looking at it, and there's valid, and there's just things that you can't know. So for me, it puts me over on this kind of side, right? Also, simple and linear, right, versus complex and nonlinear. I don't know what people think. Am I more of like a complex nonlinear thinker, or do I just like simple, stay on the same exact thing?
Is what I'm saying. You should be on the GameStop board, man. As I said.
Dude, if they want me, I'll work for free, dude.
Ryan Cohen would take you in a heartbeat.
Hopefully, that'd be sick.
Well, we got Dustin over here. Say hi. Thanks for being live tonight.
Hey,
Tandy Loving shares to me here from the link shared. Shared. Been in the BBYQ since July. Holy shit, man! Awesome.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
So if anyone's joining, we're just going on a little bit of a.
We're gonna have the rails a little bit.
Yeah, but... I mean, we also, if someone wants to jump on, I don't know if anyone's in the background. So I mean, if someone wants to come on or tell me what to say, I mean, you can either. I'm down to talk about whatever. Therapy. Okay, sweet. Well, WATDC has been here the longest and made the most comments, so I'm gonna go with what he says. At least for now. Someone wants to jump on here. So the thing is that if you guys have heard like the idea that opposites attract, like that's actually the problem. Is we see the usefulness of these opposite in these dichotomies, but we don't want to do it because we have our identity tied to an archetype, like the kind of more of a cowboy archetype, right? It's like rigid and partial. It's like, no, I do what I do. I don't take no for an answer. I don't, and then whereas you have maybe like the doormat archetype, like, oh, I go along with whatever anyone wants to do. Everyone likes a sidekick. So each one of these has these dichotomies, right? So like for me, I'm over here, I'm very complex and nonlinear. For me to think linearly for a long period of time is exhausting. But it's something I should integrate, to be honest. It's something I'm trying to work on. And so, that's the thing is this does give you a roadmap of what to work on. And that's the difference in this and therapy. I mean, I actually have a medical degree. I'm a medical doctor.
Wow.
And like the way that the whole mental health thing is outlined, it's not productive. It says, oh, you have this disorder, it's in your genes. BS. It's not in your genes. I don't care what anyone says. they've mapped out all the genes. You can look it up, omim.org, right? Highly suggest go through, type in anything. It's not in there. Like personality traits are not in your genes, right? It's in your experience. And we've gotten experience what works for you. And for me, thinking complex and nonlinear has worked
But
for me.
you said personality is not in your genes? Is that what you said?
No, no. I mean, it can like indirectly influence it, right? Like, I mean, I grew up red hair and freckles, so people were mean to me, so therefore that influenced it, but it's not a direct personality thing. So Ligma says he has autism. So, actually, I found that I could guess whether someone had autism from my survey. So you take the
Oh,
survey, I bet I can guess which it is. And autism is over here. So it's this deconstruction is actually what the aspect it likes the most. And deconstruction is tearing things down to the exact variables that it's made out of. And it's specific. It's not generalized, right? Like Ligma was calling me out for, he's like, no, give me a better, more specific definition. Like if I generalize something because I'm literally not a financial expert, nor am I a financial advisor, right?
yeah,
So
we
I
really are.
have to make generalizations because, like, one, a lot of what I'm doing is speculative. So to me, it seems specific enough, but like to someone else that has specific knowledge, right? Like Ligma's been probably around this kind of space a lot longer than me. Um, I mean, I wasn't here for the AMC squeeze. I wasn't here for any of that. So I mean, I like, I don't know how I missed it too. It's so weird. I just wasn't on Reddit,
It's crazy.
um, but over here, that autism, not like all autism, because like I think it's really weird how they've lumped everyone in this like autism spectrum, which is I think really stupid. But what used to be called Asperger's, I found 100% correlated with this as like one of the top two core emotions. So the top three like matter, and so those people are specific and direct, and oh, and um, and process, like looking at things bottom up, and they're rigid, right? So that's actually rigidness is one of the main things, right? So it's like, so they're specific and direct and rigid. So when it's like someone says something that's untrue, it's like you just stab them in the heart or the face. Like they can't even, they don't have space for that flexibility to interact like in like a way that's like, it's like, no, because like this has to do with truth. You said something that's untrue and I can't let it go. It's like
Mm,
Socrates was like, the government was like, dude, we're gonna kill you if you don't accept our gods. And he's like, yeah, I mean, like I just love truth more than anything else. Like I'd rather die. So he literally he just let him kill him because like I just can't deny truth. And that's what, in my opinion, the Asperger's is it's that the Socrates syndrome. And it has to do with this approach to life, which is a deconstructive approach. It's like a tractor. So a tractor is really good for digging. It's not, it can't go down the freeway. So all the rest of these can go down the freeway, like the initiation, that's like a freaking Corvette, freaking Ferrari, whatever it is, right? Implementations like a truck, unifications like a minivan or a party bus, right? Transformations like a limo,
mm-hmm.
expansions like a camper van, preservations like an armored car or, like a Volvo or something. And, so deconstruction is the only one. It's a tractor. It can't drive down the freeway like everyone else can. But everyone else can't really dig like a tractor can dig. And so that's the difference is like if people could understand, like, look, it's not like definitively wired um, into like like it's not hardwired into your DNA, but like your neurons are plastic in a way that they can change, right? The plastic in a neurology way, neuroscience way means like it can change. So your neurons can they focus on what works and they optimize for what works. And so we all, a lot of us kind of might have this one as well as this one. I mean, I know I do, so I can get pretty autistic sometimes. Very, I want very specific definitions and I get like offended that someone doesn't care. But like there are other people that like are offended by specifics. They want generalities. They're like, why are you giving me all these specifics? I don't care.
So Mike, my left was about to die here. My left's about to
Okay.
die. I'm about to step out for a second. I gotta also help with the. And
Yeah, no, you're good.
I got 3-month-old upstairs. You know, you don't get sleep during the day. That's why I was up at 1 o'clock in the morning because I don't fucking sleep with the
Oh
baby.
yeah.
So,
Well,
but
also
anyway,
this one expansion is associated with sleep, not getting sleep because your mind keeps expanding out. So
yeah, it's funny. I always have the best ideas at nighttime. By the way, believe it or not, because
yeah,
I can think a lot. And by the way, I think I really love what you're doing with the psychological app that you have.
yeah.
What's the name of it again? The
I mean,
name?
right now, I mean, I call it kind of A.M.E. like because it's anatomy of mind and emotion. But I had a friend that actually thought of a good name for the specific app for the text analysis app. But yeah,
Right. Well, all I can say is that a lot of people are going to need this, and I think you're sitting on something that is a great idea that someone can utilize.
yeah.
Just keep doing what you're doing, man, and you know, I think you'll be great success, man. And I'm not just saying that because you know I'm not kissing your ass. I'm just being
Well, I
real with
really
you.
appreciate you coming on and helping me because it's like really hard just to stare at a screen and yet have a conversation. But like, just so anyone knows, like, if someone can help me get in front of the right person, like, I'll cut them a chunk of the change. So, I mean, if you have friends at Twitter, at Amazon, at Google, whatever, like,
Yeah, man.
let's do this.
Just the right person. That's all it needs.
Yeah.
That's all it needs. So,
Well,
hey,
thanks for coming on, man.
congrats on your new channel, by the way.
Thank you.
Congratulations for that, by the way. And everybody in the chat, I gotta go. I got a baby upstairs, so
So
Mike,
someone's got to come.
huh?
Like, you can take off, but someone's got to come and help me. I don't know. Ligma, you
God.
want to come on?
All right, man. See y'all later.
See you, man.
Bye.
Choco Enigma. Oh, nice. I let's see. Who's feeling bold? Who wants to come and share a dream? Um, whatever you want. I mean, we need to start covering technical analysis. All right. All right. You want to see some technical analysis? We can do some technical analysis. Oh shoot! Actually, on bed bath specifically, is that what you're referencing, Andrew? Um, PP was on earlier, and ABC is. I think he's actually getting married this weekend. Oh, pretending to work good. Okay. Pretending to work is good. Let's see. I actually don't have the over-the-counter package or whatnot for. But there's. I mean, the only thing I kind of feel comfortable talking about is like overviews of like the whole market, uh, if that's interesting. Um, all right, Gucci, thanks for coming on, man. Really appreciate it. It's actually been it's been way fun. Yeah, I'm pumped, and we're gonna have to make this more of a thing. 24. It's gonna be 24/7 PP show. You know, I'm just string it all together. So yeah, come and go as you want. Okay, Ligma. Yeah, we did talk about some Bed Bath and Beyond. So, what are your specific questions on Bed Bath? Um, I'll have to let's see. All right. So, dude, come on, someone's got to come on, man. Not I don't want to be shaming, but um, I need some direction. Obviously, I can go off on some tangents for quite a while. Specific questions Michael doesn't do. Yeah, exactly. So but you see how powerful it is, though. Like it's seriously true. Like like I've been learning how to do poker because I have a really close friend that likes poker, and um, his wife had a baby, a couple years ago, and so I was like, he needs to get out of the house. So I was like, well, fine, we'll go play poker. Um, and yeah, so there I was in a $200 buy-in tournament with literally like never really played poker, and it was actually quite hilarious. Um, the first move, like I was a little bit late. We were running a little bit late. So first hand I get in, like it was like a $200 call or whatever. I looked at my hand. I'm like, oh, I got like, I don't know, King 9 or something, or King 10. I don't even really remember, but it wasn't like that bad. Not that. Oh, Andrew, nice. Yeah, my friend's pretty pissed that we didn't play the WSOP, and we can thank Blue Apron for that. That would have been our buy-in money. So yeah, I'm not saying screw Blue Apron, but yeah, screw you guys and your golden parachutes and your corruptness. But yeah, I actually did play in the WSOP. I played in the Gladiator. Freaking, I went all in at the Ace King and someone Jack 8. And anyway, actually, was that the one? No, that was the next one. But my first hand, so I'd like never really played poker, but I mean I know how math works, and like and I know a bit about psychology. So um, there's the chips, and I don't know, there was $200 to 200 to call, and so I shove in 2 coins that I thought were 100 coins, and the the dealer's like, oh, raise to 2,000. I was like, no, I'm just calling, and she's like, no, but you just put both of those in, and I was like, I look at it, and she's like, those are thousands. So I was like, oh, oops. I went to school for biochemistry, my undergrad, and then I have a medical degree, an MD degree, Ligma. And so uh, anyway, so then everyone tries to jump in to take all my money, right? But I'm like, I had a decent hand, and I'm like, okay, I mean, I'm fine with that. Like, I'll let it roll. Then they like raised it another 2,000, and they raised it another 2,000. I'm just like, it's like a 20,000 stack or whatever. So I'm already in like freaking 6,000 or 8,000, and I'm finally like, I couldn't. It was too much. Um, it was too much to. I just didn't want to go all in with that hand because it wasn't even really that great, So, um, so I folded, right? Well, then, like a couple hands later, I just accidentally did the same thing. I just like pushed in, and I was like, call, and then the dealer like looks at me like, dude, you're freaking dumb. And I was like, oh, sorry. She's like, I mean, like, I did warn you. I was like, no, it's fine. I'll just let it roll. So literally everyone jumped in to take my money, and well, oh yeah, no, actually, I just called, and it came out. I flopped a flush, and that's when I did it, right? So I flopped a flush. So I already had like, it was like the nut flush or whatever, and so then I just accidentally did that. Everyone jumped in to take my money, and then like they kept running up too, the same. So I ended up like more than doubling up right there. And I was like, you suckers, you're trying to take advantage of someone that doesn't know what they're doing. That's what you get. So, hey, 101 Nas, 101. Dude, I'm pumped. I love seeing these familiar faces. PB Show 24/7. Never going to quit. Yeah. So no residency. Yeah, I didn't get into residency. I had to retake one of my exams. There's two of med school. I don't know how much people are interested, and go over direction. But there's 3 boards exams, except part of COVID deleted the one that I had to retake. So all those people basically got a free ride. But the first 2 are on the computer. It's just multiple choice, nice little 9 or 10 hour tests where, yeah, just straight questions. So, oh my gosh, it's Hollis. So yeah, I mean, I passed. I didn't like. I mean, I just got kind of like the passing score, which isn't really that good. But I wasn't. I didn't really care to be any kind of fancy doctor. I kind of switched at the end. I wanted to do psychiatry, but when I took the test, I still wanted to do just family medicine. So like, whatever. I mean, I'm not gonna like. I mean, I had like classmates out there like that's Vicky. I had classmates out there like literally like snorting lines of cocaine and going back to studying. So I mean, there's a lot of people. They're pounding the Adderall. I mean, people want to know crazy stories about med school. I mean, literally, I watched someone OD on Adderall and walked into the neighbor's house with a machete. It was, but anyway, um, yeah. So um, yeah. So I mean, I did fine on those tests, whatever. But the one that yeah, stick to coffee. Yeah, dude, people were way altered. That was not good. And that's actually the thing. Maybe I'll just like do a little. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what anyone wants to know. I mean, I know we were going to kind of go back to Bed Bath, but also, I mean, it's it's done. The deal's done. I mean, we got the anyway. That we got the restructuring plan, and it's going to be implemented. Stores going to be open like within probably August 1st. But um, yeah, actually, maybe I should like do a little kind of disclaimer. I don't think people know the difference between drugs, and I know that like a lot of people kind of lump them all in the same category, and this is kind of a pet peeve of mine. Like drugs, including even medications, all have like you have to look at what the mechanism of action is. I mean, I had a friend call me one time, and so he's like, "Oh yeah, by the way, I'm like high on ecstasy," and I was like, "That's fine. I mean, whatever." But like, he's like, "But don't worry, I've like researched it," and I'm like, "So what are the side effects?" And he's like, "I don't know, something to do with like dopaminergic toxicity or selective dopaminergic toxicity." And I was like, "Yeah, so like your dopamine neurons, the ones that make you like happy and motivated, like you're gonna like selectively kill those ones." And he's like, "Oh crap, yeah." I guess it's kind of like the dockets, where people like, you have to know what the terms mean. And I'm not saying, I mean, I think stress is also bad. So I mean, I think there's also, you know, just the consequence of doing drugs versus stress. Like I don't know. I mean, I literally can't say, and I don't know that anyone could. So I'm not like going to promote or whatever. But there are a couple like meth. Like don't touch that shit. It's like, and Adderall is like actually has the same mechanism of action as meth. So I literally watched someone. I can't. I don't know if I could tell a story just because like they're a real person and like it would kind of narrow down to who it is. So we'll just say someone went into someone's house with a machete that was, and they were very altered on. They took a lot of Adderall and a lot of energy drinks, and you are not supposed to do that. That's really bad, and so it caused an acute psychosis, and I actually saw it twice. I saw two people, and then the other one, he's like, "Do you hear that?" He's like hiding, and I'm like, "What?" And he's like, "Those voices," and it's like, "Nope, don't hear it." It's over there. It's in that building. Anyway, that was kind of trippy. I'm like, "All right, you've been studying too long," but yeah, yeah. They walked in with a machete, and then who walks out of the building is my one of my professors, and they look at me and they're like, "Can you vouch for them?" And I'm like, "What does that even mean?" Like they just walked into. I'm like, here I'm telling a story. I don't want to tell a story, but yeah. And so I'm like, I don't know. I just like I knew they were struggling. They're just a classmate, and like I'm not sure what's going down. Obviously, I just happened to be next door at a friend's house, and anyway, that was crazy. Yeah. So TLDR, person took a lot of Adderall and meds, and then thought that like the neighbor was talking about them and everything, and I guess the neighbor was just playing Cards Against Humanity or something, and so they thought it was appropriate to walk in there with a machete and tell them to stop. I was not at all involved. Yeah, so other than I just happened to be walking by at that moment. But yeah, so let's see what. Man, I go on so many tangents. Crackheads, yeah, don't touch crack either. I mean, if you don't got the money for the good stuff, you just gotta work harder, get the good stuff, I guess. Also, I mean, I'll be honest. Like, I was in med school, and like, in clinical rotations for surgery. I mean, we're doing like freaking 16-hour days, like literally 21 days straight. Like, I don't know why it's not legal actually, but it's kind of a weird social environment where you just have to do it. You can't ask to leave. And so like, I was like, I don't know, I was kind of just dying. Like, I was not, I had someone in my life, I won't say who it was, but they're like, hey, you want to do a round of testosterone with me? I got some extra or whatever. And I was like, I think I'm good. And then he's like, it'll give you energy. And I was like, really? So I did a lot of research. I ended up coming to the conclusion, not right now. I mean, I'm definitely like, I think especially if someone hits middle age and if they have like kind of more of a depression type thing, like I actually think, I think it's very helpful, honestly, to supplement the testosterone. But don't be getting all this stuff that's like Dexedron and whatever the crap, like that's like 10 times as powerful. It stays in your system longer. Like, yeah, just get the real stuff. You know. But when I was like kind of just trying to get through surgery rotation, like I did a lot of research on cocaine and the mechanism of action, and I was like, it doesn't really seem that bad. I was like, the only side effects on there that it says is like a little like recurrent, like where like basically a heart arrhythmia, where it sends a heart electrical current back through your heart and like sends it all out of whack. And so I was like, what are the odds of that, right? Like, I mean, I'm young, so like, do I do shrooms? I haven't actually done shrooms, but I definitely get along with people who do shrooms. That is one that like is for sure. Every time I have a good conversation with someone, I'm like, "Do you do shrooms?" And they're like, "Yeah." And it's like, usually when I have a good conversation with someone. But so I was like thinking about like cocaine. I was like, well, is it like, would it be worth it? I mean, like, it was like kind of weird that like, my whole life I thought like, nah, like there's no way it'd be worth it. And then when I literally started like kind of thinking, I was like, I mean, if I got the clean stuff, I mean, I'm also a chemist. I guess I could just kind of make it if I need to. But I was like, should I though? Like, and so, my research came to like, well, actually, possibly, which was weird to me. It's kind of a trip. And literally that week, I was in the ER, and 26-year-old guy in shape with a freaking heart rate of 300, and from cocaine. And I was like, well, there's that side effect. I didn't know how common it is, but apparently it's kind of common. So let's see. So it raises your dopamine and oxytocin. No, I mean, I'm definitely not against shrooms. And the reason I like haven't is because I've kind of been like cultivating my mind, and like I can lucid dream really strong. So like, and I know people hate this, people probably leave if I say this, but like I have like a psychedelic, like I can literally go into a trance if I wanted to and have like a psychedelic experience. And I'm not saying it's exactly the same, but like, I think people think they know how mushrooms work, and they like, if you list all the things that, basically what I mean is like that, if you list all the things that can cause a psychedelic experience, there actually isn't anything consistent within all of them, no matter what anyone says. If you actually look it up, I mean, I'm a biochemist, so I literally looked through them. But what it does is it disrupts something they all disrupt something. And I think that maybe it connects to something deeper. I'm not really sure what it is, but either way, it's that same dream state, you know. So if you're, I recommend the book, you know, why we sleep. Um, it goes into it, but it says basically like the direction of our sensory experience. Are it's kind of like in like a city where you have roads coming in and coming out, and coming into the town, all the roads are open going in town, and then they switch it and have open up lanes going the opposite. And that's kind of what happens when you go to sleep. Like your body shuts down the whole system, and then it starts up the dream system, and then it shuts down the whole system, and then it can exit. And um, just that I think that what it's doing is pushing you into that dream state. And so for me, I can, you know, without shrooms, I can go there kind of longer. Um, I mean, I got trapped in a Rick and Morty adventure for like literally like weeks. I literally like daydreaming, like Rick, just like, come on, quick, 20-minute adventure in and out. I'm like, bro, not right now. I can't. He's like, it'll be worth it. It's always worth it. It's like, I was like, that's what you say, but it's also never 20 minutes, you know? Um, but yeah, so I dreamed the end of Rick and Morty. I mean, I don't know if not like it's happened yet, but um, yeah, it was. I tell people the story, and they're like, someone in there, they're like, okay, maybe you don't need shrooms. Like, so, but yeah, I mean, if anyone wants to do shrooms, like, I would definitely join them. Like, I would definitely be there for the experience, and especially to like ask questions. I'm very curious about shrooms. Yeah, I've a lot of close friends that definitely like it, and I like them. So I think it. I mean, if you look at like what actually like the pharmaceuticals do, you have. I mean, the mechanism of action for something like an antipsychotic for me like terrifies me. I'm like, you're literally shutting down dopamine. Like that's what motivates people. So I don't know. Yeah. So take that for what it's worth. Um, you threw away your life with drugs. You could have been talking. No, I didn't do any drugs. I'm just saying how drugs work. I think some people are curious, and I'm just here to say don't do meth. Is what I'm really saying. Don't do meth. And also, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what everyone wants to. Oh, of course, Dr. Michael. Do you think lenders in the court will delay the process? I don't think things are getting delayed till November. I think. So let's get back to drugs if someone wants more about drugs. Um, I think that what's going to happen is basically stores are going to open up on August 1st, full blown, everything. Um, I don't know if that's when Teddy will also launch. Not really sure, but I think that like the lift that's going to come between now, like it has to, in my opinion, it has to get from. I mean, if we're being as conservative as possible, it has to get from 30 cents to $3 by August 1st. It just has to. Like, so that's just what, like, in my opinion, you know, it should get somewhere between $3 and $7 by, I don't know, August 1st or first week of August. And then they're going to have, I talked about this a little bit earlier in the stream. Then they're going to have basically a trial period. I can't remember what they call it in the dockets, but basically, I guess like August 1st through for 30 days is going to be a trial period. And so then they're going to release a financial statement saying what they made in that month. Because the financials they had, they're like, oh, we made 10 to $15 million, you know, in the first couple of weeks. And it's like, but like their inventory was doing this, you know, so you can't really tell what the business is going to be doing at that point. And in order for there to be a buyout, in order for there to be whatever it is, they have to actually have an evaluation. They have to have financials. I mean, yeah. So you have one lift. We're getting at least $3 to $7 by by August 1st. Depending on at some point between August 1st and August 30th, it's going to be clear. Well, you're also going to get the added benefit of the shorts covering, right? What is that going to look like? I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of shorts. You take whatever Blue Apron did. Its little. That actually had a reverse split. That's why it did its little squeeze. But that ran 80%. AMC ran 80%. Whatever. So say it goes to $3 and then runs another 80%. So you got $5 something or whatever. But so if it's $3, but let's say it with how much attention is getting on it and with rumors that will be coming out, like I think even before Ryan Cohen gets in, it will be over $7 without any official mention of Ryan Cohen, just because of the turnaround and the squeeze, just the initial squeeze. Because at that point, it's like, one, they're going to get margin called. Like, how many people are going to get margin called when this goes from 30 cents, even just to $1, right? And it's really literally priced for bankruptcy. Early in the stream, I don't know if it's the same set of people or whatnot, but early in the stream, I was saying that just compare it to Wayfair, and Wayfair is directly competing with Amazon, and they're going to be gone. In my opinion, I'm not saying short it. I don't like, but that whole $12 billion worth of revenue in that space is going to get soaked up by both Bed Bath and Beyond and by by Amazon. And I think that the bulk of it will be soaked up by of that 12 billion will be soaked up by Bed Bath and Beyond, because going in person, I'm not saying none of us here that are in Bed Bath and Beyond are, interior designers. If there are any in the chats, like, let me know. Not gonna take a band bet over it, but the people who are interior designers, they're literally bringing pieces of fabric to the store and looking at those fabrics, right? Like, so any key points and dockets otherwise led you to conclusion, not doubting, just curious. So I don't know if you saw the Dusty, if you saw the PP show last night, but for me it's kind of easier when other people are on there helping me put it all together. I haven't made like necessarily a folder, but my Reddit is I'll put it in the chat. Is M Jones GCMS. So I did one comparing it to. Oh, you said dockets. Yeah, man. Oh yeah. So one of the problems is here's just a question for the chat. Like, chat, if you either think or close your eyes, can you imagine the front door of your house, like with like the color and the texture? Like, can anyone do that? I'm actually kind of curious. Like you can just like actually see it in your mind, like you're seeing a movie or a picture or something. Yeah. So WATDC, he says he can't. I can't. So there's something called aphantasia, which is that basically your mind doesn't really utilize visual images. Wow. So just already we had I don't know. So we had a couple people say yes. So the people, I know Vicky's not a degenerate stock trader, which is actually what we're talking about today. But so is that coincidence that people? Let's see. So the WATDC, you can see a picture. You say words. Oh, you said no. Yeah. So that's probably why you're a graphic designer, dude. Is because and it's the same reason I do Photoshop, right? Like I photoshopped all this stuff is because I can't hold a static image in my head. I can't even hold it for a second. It like flashes for like a millisecond and it's gone. And so for me, using Photoshop, I can like put it together and piece it together. Um, but most people, like 95% of people or whatnot, they just see pictures in their head at some various amount of like fidelity. And so for me, I just don't. And it's because my mind is racing on so many different tangents that like um, yeah, I can't just hold those pictures. So um, for me, um, that's funny comment. So for me, to follow back the trail of all the dockets where I went through, I mean, we just got a huge that, and the dockets are hard to navigate as far as like they're all PDFs and they're not named with their name. And so for me, like I have to literally like download each docket each time I want to like go back to a specific docket. So I have like multiple copies of each one. I mean, part of me wants to. Yeah, I mean, I'll just. This is actually kind of funny, right? Um, I'll share my download folder, right? So, I mean, you can just see like it's just all dockets, right? And I use my computer a lot, so um, I go further down, but I'd have to check. See what's on. I don't know what's in there. But yeah, so um, but if anyone has a specific question through a docket, like specifically they want me to read through it, I definitely can. Um, I just have found bits and pieces. Uh, what was took some screenshots. No, no, I don't. I don't mind being put on the spot. I just like, King of all kings. Like he messaged me a screenshot of a specific one. He's like, "Hey, can you read this and tell me?" And like that gives me a starting point. Just because the dockets like are literally like hundreds of pages. So, but let's see, what do we got? Uh, Actually, let's just see what today is. Let's see, objection to reply. Let's see. See anything interesting here. I actually haven't even looked today. Um, and this is why that it like definitely gets conflict. Objection to reply in support of motion to confirm absence of automatic stay. Like so, but just that in general. So this is Telegraph Marketplace Partners. I don't really care what they have to say. You know, they're just being greedy because Bed Bath already sold enough of their leases to where they have enough money. Like they can't really touch that money. That money. Well, I mean, I don't know exactly what they can do exactly with that money, but I think what that money does is I think it goes into a pot of like saying this is our money to give out to all the people we owe money to from before, all these claims that of debts from before we went into Chapter 11 restructuring. So pretty much anything that says Telegraph Partners, like for me, I don't even really care to read it because it doesn't matter, right? And the Kirkland Nellis lawyer, he was like, so there, he's like, look, if you want us to do, to 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 do this in court, like in August, you have to waive August rent. And he was like, no, like you can't make me do that. And he's like, look, I don't even care, right? Like this, like we're out of those buildings already. So like, with a 363 chapter restructuring rule, like we don't owe you anything. So because of 363 and whatnot, like especially if they have enough they already have enough money for the cure amount. I don't know if they've already paid that cure amount or how exactly that works about like paying them what they owed them or whatever. But basically it just like means that it's just nothing, right? Like they don't, the Bed Bath doesn't get anything, but they don't owe anything. And so what Bed Bath wants is this is actually like a really good lease that they have. So Bed Bath had this thing sold, and I could look up the docket, so it just take me a while to find it. But that specific lease was sold for like $1 million or something. Um, and I think there was actually 3 leases in that. So let's just say $3 million or whatever within that, the Telegraph partners. So what did they lose out on? Like, so basically they could have made $3 million. Instead, they're not going to make that $3 million, but they still get to cancel the debt. So yeah, for me, I don't even really care to read those parts of the filing, just because like that was what the whole court was about last time. Did we wag me yet? I don't even know what a wag me is. Hmm. Uh, um, oh, let's see. Blank your times if you need help. No, PB came on early. I actually helped. He came on before it even started. Help me set it up. He's the man. And yeah, this is just gearing up for PP show 24/7. You know, um, it actually like makes me a lot less anxious to when I'm there, especially I mean, we have so many people like having just everyone has um, a deep knowledge pool in specific niches, and so it's really good in spots where I don't, right? Like Travis and Citizen, they have specifically have ones like knowledge base where like I feel very lacking, and so when it kind of leans on that, like um, also, I mean, yeah, just everyone it brings it all in. I mean, I had some questions in the Discord for the PP show, and ABC was just boom, boom, boom. Here's all the links, and I was like, oh man, this guy's. Um, so yeah, someone wanna. Yeah, PP was on the he was in the chat in the beginning here. Um, so I don't know. For right now, I guess we'll go back to. Let's see what else we got. I mean, I know we pulled a lot. I think it was 1438. That one has a really good overview of a lot of things. You can also go through and just search certain keywords that pop up. I don't know. Any other specific questions? Just like so about my price targets, how I got to the $3. So well, one just that. So I talked about this earlier. I don't know how long each person has been on here, but basically that each company has a book value, right? You have your cash, you have your assets, and then you have to subtract from that your liabilities, and then you add a premium to that for things like your profit margins, like how profitable you are. Oh, Ligma say asked about ET. Huh. Okay, ETFs is not my specialty, actually. Yeah, I wish I knew more about ETFs, but according to someone, which I mean, they said it wasn't part of any ETFs, but I don't know that. I mean, if August 1st or end of August or whatever, if either way, if it goes back on the Nasdaq, it could easily go right back into. I mean, I'm sure like and there's at least one. There might be two different meme stock specific ETFs, so they'd probably gobble them up. Oh yeah, but so back to the book value, right? So then you have a premium for how profitable it is, how profitable it's going to be in the future, the strength of the brand name, right? So so Apple, they've got a good book value. You can actually like calculate their book value. I'm not sure. Um, Not actually sure what their. My guess is that they would have a premium above their book value just because of their brand, which would kind of suggest their longevity being in the market. And so if a company doesn't really have a brand and they're just kind of stuck at book value, and for some reason Wayfair has enough of a brand that it's way like it has negative book value. They're way upside down in their book value. I mean, it has like negative. I mean, it has to be like negative, like $4 a share or something crazy. I mean, um, and so when this 30 days passes, and then they announce uh, uh, they announce the financials of the past 30 days of August. It will be one, it'd be cash flow positive because there's only the profitable stores. So they're not even paying, like, that's their only expenses to make sure that those 303 stores are profitable, and they will be, right? Because like they literally narrowed down to like the best markets. Like in Sacramento, like they literally picked Elk Grove to be the only store that's remaining. It's gonna be very easy to make that profitable store. Like everyone goes, the Roseville Galleria is right there. Like that's when people go to shop, they go to the Roseville Galleria in all of Sacramento. Um, like unless you're doing a small trip, but like it wouldn't really be shopping unless you went there. And so not only that, they closed down on the leases. They sold one of the two buildings. They're actually next to each other. They have a Bed Bath and a Bye Bye Baby. And it looked to me, because they're selling the shelves, and this was back a couple weeks ago, they're selling the shelves of the Bed Bath and Beyond, but they weren't selling the shelves of the Bye Bye Baby. But yet the lease one that was being sold was actually Bye Bye Baby. So my guess is that they're going to kind of use it as an excuse to reorganize. They're probably going to kind of clean out the whole building of the Bed Bath and Beyond, remodel and put in everything of the Bye Bye Baby, and then it will start back up. So look how they try and cut property taxes. Yeah, yeah, no, I mean, so there's also, that's the thing, right? They have the leases, they have the taxes, they have the employees, they have all these things, and if the building, that specific store is not making money, it's just not making money, right? And so they can actually, um, yeah, so they will be cash flow positive, right? Their assets are already more than, or they're already more than their debt, right? If you just look at the debt right now, not like it's accurate because it has a lot of weird things on there, but it put that their assets were $2.2 billion, right? So you just look on Google right now. It says right now the liabilities are a lot, but that's because they filed that right before bankruptcy. So we got a filing saying that and this was before the second wave of leases. We got a filing saying that their debts were 1.7. So if their assets are 2.2, their debt's 1.7, and let's just say they are able to knock off with at least two sales. I mean, we'll just say 50 million or whatnot. So, I mean, that puts us. So that means and that's not including any cash on hand. That's pretending like we have no cash on hand. We would have a book value of 5. So of 5, 500 million, yeah, $500 million book value without any cash. So that's already higher than what we're at. So you look at 500 million. Let's do a calculator real quick. Actually, it's 550 because they sold some of those leases. 550 million divided by 739. So already, literally, no premium added, just the book value as of right now, and that's like being like ultra conservative, saying that like, I mean, we could even say they didn't they didn't shave off any more of the debt, even though I mean they did. That puts us at a book value of 74 cents, 75 cents. Okay, so you have a book value of 75 cents, like immediately as soon as they um, as soon as they post their financials, right? Which are going to be cash flow positive, so that's going to be a premium. But there's lots of other things that are involved, right? So you also have $300 million worth of warrants. Okay, well, so now that means you got 550, or was it 300 and what was it? Almost a hell of a joke. Yeah, I mean, so 550. So the warrants that can be exercised is 300. So you divide that by 739. So that puts it at, with the warrants being exercised and that cash, it puts them at $1.15. So, you know, let's say they announce that, and it's like, okay, you know, I mean, literally the algorithms will automatically buy it for most people. Like, it's like they just look at the book value, and there is a magnet right to it. So what's going to happen when it races to that $1.15, and then the shorts are like crap? I mean, like that means it's. I mean, it's almost 4x from right where it's at right now. So, I mean, I think that yes, there's all this excitement about Ryan Cohen and all that, but literally at the end of, like, we have one guarantee. It's not zero or hero. It's not food stamps, right? It's 4x from here. We're literally going to at least $1.15 by the end of August. Yeah, Scribble will say looking for other OT. I am, I am more curious. I mean, one, if this 4x is like, I am definitely not gonna like get out at $1.15. But I mean, even if worst case scenario that did happen, I mean, I wouldn't need to really invest anymore, because I have, and early in the streams I actually went through and I was talking about my app that I'm working on. So that would give me plenty of money to work the app. Feeling very Wolf of Wall Street with a dash of DRS. I like it. Yeah, and I mean, we talk about whatever. I did have. I mean, I don't know how much people care. Like for me, I think as far as like TA and all other stuff, and actually specific stocks, like I do see a lot of global trends, and I've spent an exorbitant amount of time studying China and Russia. And I mean, I also speak fluent Spanish, so if anyone wants to come on the show and use a translator. But so I mean, I know Mexico really well as well. So I don't know. I mean, I kind of like the trends make sense, right? And but not like even seeing that, not enough for me to YOLO very much. I mean, I haven't even played the Qs yet or it's SPY. Actually, no, I lied. I did. I dabbled a little with the S triple Q. Made a little bit of money, but I ended up like, luckily, actually, yeah, I closed my position on it and like put it all into AMC. So that was smart. Actually, I think someone did ask about. Oh, wait, do we have a Andrew, my man? Are you ready to come on? Heck yeah.
What's up, dude?
Hey.
I've never used this before, so could you could you like hear too much in the background? Because if
No,
I
you're
have to
fine.
turn this off my TV, I can do
Oh no, I
that.
mean I think you're fine.
Okay, cool.
I mean,
Um,
I guess I can ask chat what they think.
I guess I'll just watch it on the phone.
Yeah.
So what's up, man?
Dude, I'm so glad you came on, man.
Yeah, man, you know, we're here. We're a family, right?
We're all in this together. I mean, it's not collusion, but it's definitely like, I mean, yeah. I mean, I think we're learning the hard way. Um, some people. I'm like actually up on Bed Bath, but I'm down. I lost a lot on Blue Apron. So, but I mean, we're getting our battle scars, or we've already got our battle scars, and we're here at war, and we're right here at the end. The final battle, the
Yeah,
apocalypse.
yeah. When did you get into the market?
So I mean, I've been doing it like just like 2 years, pretty much. Yeah. So I got into crypto. Um, kind of was dabbling with that, and I'm like, yeah, I bought a bunch of, so I bought some Bitcoin at like 20K. Because I was like, man, seems like an all time low, right? And I was right. I mean, I was
I probably sold it to you.
really,
Yeah, I got in just a little earlier. I had a friend who got in at like 3,400 whenever it crashed.
yeah,
I think it was March in 2020 when he jumped in, and I initially started to learn how to trade, and was I was dollar cost averaging it like in the nines.
yeah.
So I had my first Bitcoin at 93.93. And if you look at the angel number, it's pretty crazy. Check it out. You'll see. You'll be like, "What? Wow, that makes a whole lot of
Wait, so
sense with all the irony."
you got all the
It's
way
it.
back in. If you got it in 93, you got in a while back, right? Or was,
I started trading crypto, and that's what taught me how to trade. And you obviously you can hold it long term, or you can swing for short term gains.
yeah,
And I saw it go all the way down to 8,400, and I
mhm,
just every paycheck I'd throw some money at it, and it just saw how to play the game. I'm good at math, like
yeah,
I'm sure everyone that's in the market, unless they're just long term investors. Then it's really about making the proper entry and exit. But yeah, it's dude, what a ride. I mean, if you've been, I've heard you talk quite a bit about Blue Apron, and that was
yeah.
one that I definitely had on my list, because once I got robbed when they turned the buy button off with Robinhood, I was like, man, there's all this short squeeze hype. I'm looking at all the short interest. I'm looking at the FTDs. I'm
Yeah.
looking at everything we've been following throughout this play. And
Yeah.
I'm like, well, that, I had it on my watch list, but luckily I stayed away from it. But I
I
mean,
mean,
I'm
there
not
was
going to.
when I made some posts back in the day, like because I bought at $1 and I averaged down to 80, and the first posts I made was at like 50 cents, and so I was like, guys, it looks like there could be a play here, and then it went up to $1.60. So some of the people they tripled their money, So I mean, it was a play. I mean, I think that's the thing. Like we all want the like 200x gains, but like triple anytime you get over 4x, there's a pullback, right? I mean, we see even with Bed Bath, right? Like when it came down from the 7 cents or the 4 cents, right? Like they went up like 300%. But like you think about that, if you're actually a big player, you say you put $1 million in here at 7 cents, and you got $3 million, you really gonna keep holding that? No, man.
Yeah. It's all about percentages at that point.
Yeah,
And like I always was told to, buy the dip, sell the peak, and either take your profit as shares, or just take it all as profit. And I kind of regret that I didn't just take everything that I made and just left it in shares. So I had more of a diversified portfolio going throughout. But I was just, dude, I picked it up pretty fast, you know.
Yeah.
Just
I
like
mean, you kind
most
of have to.
everyone. Yeah, you're
Because like,
forced
I
to.
mean, you think about your regular job and you're like making an hourly wage and it's just like, and then inflation is just kind of killing that. And it's like, it's hard to make money. I mean, like I was doing vending machines for the last year and a half, just grinding it out. And it was like, holy crap, man, like this is, and I'm like, I need a way, because my app is basically done. It's just a few touch ups.
What
Then,
are you
like,
what are you building?
so I did it earlier on the stream. I was showing it's a text analysis. So it, I mean, I'll just real quick, I mean, I probably should look in the chat, see what everyone does or doesn't want to, but, so I put my, this is mineandemotion.com, and then you go to text analysis. And so I have a Twitter part of it where you can type in hashtags, but for some, like, I think my programmer guy's working on it actually like right now, because it's not working. But you can just copy and paste any text. You can type in a whole book, and then you can actually compare it. There's a compare function right here. So you analyze, and so it goes by and it has all these different categories. So this is like a composite score of someone's personality, and this is the one person, that's another person. So you compare different individuals or whatnot. The more text, the better, and it basically compares not like nouns and verbs, but like adjectives and adverbs. Like how you describe things shows a lot about your personality. And, like, in each one can be broken down into like openness versus being paradoxical, right? Like it's okay to be open, but like to be ironic doesn't really make sense, right? Like you have to see that it's like, oh, that's incompatible. So, like this person's referencing it quite a bit. This person's not referencing it very much. So you'd see that there's a definite difference in the personality, and you can change like whether or not someone has like a deep knowledge of it, right? So if you have like a diverse,
Is this
like,
is this for like Briggs Myers? Like, I mean, or are you gonna try to like case base it towards like psychology and whatnot?
so it's not so I've been debating whether I should even like make any allusions to Myers-Briggs, because like,
Yeah,
I don't know if
Myers-Briggs.
anyone knows
It's been a
who
long day.
Michael Pierce is, or uh, oh crap, or Jack. They do. Jack does socionics, which is like kind of a deeper level of Myers-Briggs, and
Yeah.
so for me, like these. So for me, I see some overlap, but I didn't do it the same way. So, for example, like instead of like if I said, "Are you an extroverted person or an introverted person?" What would you say?
I'm an introverted extrovert.
And see, that's the thing. Like at some
I'm an
point,
oxymoron.
yeah, it doesn't make any sense to everyone's to anyone, because like, King of All Kings came on earlier, and I asked him the same question, and he's like, "Oh, I'm an introvert," and he's like, "Yeah, and that's why you're the only one who was brave enough to come and interact with me with your camera on and everything." So for me, like, I do have 8, which in my mind, like, it's not that I made it to line up with the functions, but it just happened to line up. So for me, I made a distinction first off on like what's concrete versus what's abstract. And so, actually, I can just pull up. I think I can pull up. Oh, did I even share the right screen? Wait, was I? Let's see. Hold on. Sorry, I'm a little scattered. This is yeah, PP makes this look all super easy, but it's definitely no cakewalk. Okay, so
Yeah,
this is the main part about my theory. So I have the abstract and actually, let's see. This.
so it's all about spectrums, right?
Well, so there's different dichotomies. Basically, so your eyes work like when you have like it distinguishes contrast between one zone and another zone, and so you actually have like these lines of contrast where it's looking halfway through, and they're like at different angles in your eyes, and then your brain interprets that. And so basically, like we can only distinguish is it A or B, right? And that's something to do in like marketing. They do A/B testing, right? And they're like, do you want this ad or this ad? And it's like, oh, this one gets more traffic, so they move forward with that. Okay, do you want this ad? And then they split it.
Yeah, because I was wondering if maybe you were going to try to make it like ad based eventually.
Yeah, and I was
Yeah,
I was telling whoever wants to help me get this in front of the right person, I will give them a big chunk of what we make. So I just need to get in front of. I mean, the applications are kind of endless, you know.
Yeah, one of my friends, he writes. He's an engineer. And he trains. You know, a lot of people overseas,
Yeah.
and he could. You know, I'm sure he could build something and stuff, but he just doesn't have the time.
Well, no, I mean, I have
I would-
the app's done. I mean, essentially,
Oh
like,
yeah,
I have a programmer that I work with, and actually, one of my best friends is a programmer. He just does
yeah,
a better job than what I can pay him right now. So,
yeah. Yeah,
but
this guy, he definitely he's bringing in some big bucks.
yeah, but hopefully, I mean, if I mean, shoot, if we even get to $1,
Yeah, let's talk stock. I want to talk
yeah,
some stock, man. That's where I think everyone is at right now. Where, you know, I mean, there's a lot of speculation. Everyone's trying to figure out like what, when they're going to exit. They're not real sure, like, about. I don't. I mean, I'm speaking, and relevance to like IPOs and DPOs and stuff. It's kind of weird because you never know what kind of starting price they're going to put things at if they do.
and that's why like I
Go
get a lot
through
of
with this.
kickback from it as far as like not including Ryan Cohen in
Mhm.
part of my cost analysis, but like where I'm looking is like like there's the default pathway, the one that's like it's just the default pathway, and like literally worst case scenario, it's going to be $1.15, right? So I mean, it kind of
Is
sucks
that
if you don't have money to, huh?
what's the TSO though that you're going from with that?
739.
Yeah. See, and if you take that dip loan out of there, that's going to increase the price. I
Right,
was playing with some numbers, and I saw it in like the 252 range if they were going to do a payout, but I'm just not sure how they're going to go about this, man. It's just it's so just
So what's your cost
peculiar.
basis?
I've got 4 different accounts.
I mean,
Two
roughly,
are
I mean, like ballpark.
two are in CPO, so they're closed position onlys. I'm not sure if I'm going to merge them or not. I'm trying to play this like an option player would, and I'm not even an option player. I'm usually a swing trader, but / investor. So I've got roughly. I just increased my one position with 11,000 shares at 23 cents. Another account, Charles Schwab. I just started that position, like 2,500 shares at 27.5, and then my 2 starter accounts. I jumped in February 7th,
Mhm.
and as soon as I got in, I mean, it had already dropped 40+%. I think it was like 48% when it dropped, and I could have sold the day after for a quick $4,000 scalp.
Yeah.
But I like it happened so fast. I was on the phone with my mom, my cousin. He had a terrible accident. So
Sorry to
I
hear.
was talking to her about it, because he had a TBI, and so I got into this play, and then I saw I saw how everyone in this was in the same boat as me, in the same predicament. I was like, this is mainly retail that's getting rugged here. I was like, I could tell it was a pump and dump, and then none of it made sense with RC. I mean, I was in the meme basket in January 2021. I was in BlackBerry. I had over 8,400 shares in BlackBerry. I've got 40,200 and or no, 40,000. I just increased it. 40,755 shares right now altogether at a price point of 73 cents. And I had to average down from 260. So, and that's with 4 accounts, but so go ahead.
I think one thing is like, I mean, I'm, for me, I learned some hard lessons, with Blue Apron. Like, man, if I would have just covered my freaking position with like some puts, just so I had that insurance, I just couldn't imagine it going below $1.
And that was my problem, man. I didn't study options enough. It was like
literally, like I would have. I don't even want to say how much money I would have saved because, but. Yeah, I would have been great because like if I could have just done that, I could have just like, okay, fine, I'll just sell back at the dollar mark even like great.
Yeah. I mean, it's the best way to hedge and be risk averse.
At this point though, like I think like I think that's the other thing. I think people make this about an identity, right? Like I think that if your stock goes up 4x, right? Because I mean it's done it several times. I mean, I'm just saying, like, if I was Ryan Cohen, it's like, hey, I gave you guys a lot of opportunities to scale out, right? Like, because it's like if it goes up 4x, I feel like, unless there's a really solid reason not to take out 25% of your position and get at least playing on house money,
exactly,
you should do it. 25% of your position, like to feel safe, and it's like. So I feel like I don't know that he would have as much sympathy, like saying, like, guys, I ran it all up to 30, and like you can't be that greedy. I mean,
I'm kind of worried about that myself, man, because when I jumped in, it was after that run to 7. I was working, I saw it run, I knew it was going to run. I could have jumped in the 3s. Like 330 something range. I think I remember seeing it at like 336, and I was like, man, I have a feeling, because I watched the market. I watch my watch list that I have. I've got like probably 5 with at least 3,000 different equities, and so when your eyes are on that 24/7. And you can study the market and see, this is going to pop. And I mean, like even without technical analysis, I could just tell you, hey, tomorrow you're getting a dead cap bounce. This is going to pop. Or I can tell this has been in capitulation or capitulation. I can't say it. And it's going to start running here soon. I can see it starting to curve up. Like it's pretty easy to get an idea with just news pending and all that, but with this play, it was just so weird. And I was like, well, I know there's a lot of investors that just got rugged. They're probably holding bags right now. I want to go in deep, and I threw like 30 some thousand at it when it was in the 2s.
Yeah.
And I've had to increase that position. I have actually doubled my shares since, because I was buying, sub 7. It's tough. It was like, to be honest with you, man, my story is really kind of crazy. I know you probably heard a little bit of it.
Well, I mean, I think I mean, you were saying crypto, like for me, I my first trade was I had one summer where I was holding on to, this is the iron. I was holding on to, I put most of it in Bitcoin, and then I put a little bit into Ethereum, and actually some into Bitcoin Cash. Like I've seen some of my commercials, like, they're trying to use it.
Bitcoin Cash, dude. I mean, it was a safe play.
I bought it at 300, or I bought it at 100 or whatever, and it moved to 300.
Yeah.
But I couldn't hold on to it for 2 years, and so I had to get out because I needed the money. But then I made some more money. I actually ended up being a school teacher. I I was filling up vending machines, and overheard, "Oh, hey, good to see you, Myed." the teachers were having a meeting. The principal was talking. She's like, "Oh, we desperately need a biology teacher," and I was like how desperate? Like, I'll do it. So I like literally walked into and taught a high school class. Anyway, but I am making some money and like so I dumped in a bunch of the money I made into Polygon right when it was like 80 cents or something. I remember 78 cents.
Is that Matic?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it ran up to like $1.28 and I sold. And so I made like $7,500. And I was like,
damn,
well, maybe I can do this. And so that was the point when I really started like getting into figuring out the market. And so
yeah, see, my friend, he just basically threw me an app. He's like, here, this is investing.com. It'll show you all your, resistance levels, your pivot point, your support zones, and you can check it on the daily, the hourly, 30 minutes, every time frame that they give you, all the way to the monthly, yearly, weekly, whatever. And it just breaks. It was really easy to just break it down and see like how many buys were coming in versus the sales. And then I just started getting on, like, I just started downloading all sorts of different like apps with the stock market that would show you the moving averages. And then slowly I started really figuring out how to chart. And that's I mean, and all that just comes with time and experience.
And I have dabbled. I mean, I watch other people that do charting and whatnot. I really like the Maverick of Wall Street. Like, I love his show so much. If anyone,
I haven't seen it.
It's kind of actually behind a paywall, sort of like a lot of it, but it's I mean, I think worth it. I mean, as far as market overview, I think when he does TA of like Bitcoin, but the fact that he doesn't know anything about cryptocurrency, like.
There's so many shit coins out there though. It's kind of I mean, it's evolved into major hustle. And even Elon called it that on SNL.
Yeah, and what Scribbles had a comment. He says, "Do I think TA matters for?" So I mean, that's why I bring up like I think that what's stronger, like TA shows this, like the psychology of the market, right? Like it starts, you see that the market is deciding on something, and so because you have insiders buying and you have like these different things, and so it'll narrow it down to a decision point, and each time there's like a trend line, and so it'll go up in a direction, and each time it's going to cross that line. Basically the question is asked, does it have a reason to break this line? And you might not know the reason yet. Only the company does, or the insiders, right? But each time it's going to hit one of those kind of trend lines, that's a decision point. And so it only matters if you back that up with like knowing why it would or wouldn't cross that line. And so you can look at any chart and just say like, what is it deciding on? And then figure out what door has to open. So like, for me, I didn't even know how much it costs. I mean, maybe it's $1 or $2. I have no idea to get access to the over-the-counter market for TradingView, because I have TradingView. But I just don't even care, because like for me at this point, like nothing about TA matters until August. Some point in August. Like,
well, you say that, but it does matter because at this point, collectively, we're all trying to hoard as many shares as possible.
But like, so I mean, like.
I'm not swing trading. I've been holding long since February. I have not made a single trade than I bought every
dip. Your plan still like just buy more, right?
I have money that I'm waiting to settle Monday, and
right. So therefore, I mean, it kind of proves my point, right? Like right now, you're based on when the money comes in, when the money settles,
exactly.
And then you might be looking at TA thinking like, should I do it like at the beginning of the day or the end of the day, maybe? I don't know. I mean, like,
well, I use a stock calculator to really figure out like what's the most beneficial strategy to either, if I'm going to average up, I don't want to average up too much. Yeah. Like it's usually I tend not to average up. But if I see that like, it's around the 200 MA, you know, or maybe even, you know, let's some people look at the, you know, 180, 100, 50, 20. I mean, usually it's 20, 50, 200, you know, and 10, and 5. I mean, the way it's all broken down, but it's like, I knew there was going to be a drop just because I have, I'm, you know, my whole portfolio it's all Bed Bath and Beyond except maybe 15% in one account. And I was using, yeah, dude. I mean, you know, at this point, it's like, you know, the retailers, they all got rugged. If you weren't buying put options or selling, buying put options during that bear market, you know, it was my first bear market. They had taken all my equity for the most part.
And that's the thing. That's what I think I wish someone would have told me is, look, okay, either A, you got, if your stock, so one, the 200 SMA, right? So also Bed Bath right now, the 200 SMA is at like $2 or something. I don't know. You might know exactly what it is, but it's definitely.
I could look.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's at like $2 essentially is the 200-day moving average, and so we're not even at the moving average, right? So if a stock's above the moving average, then like you really got to know what you're doing, because you're like, I mean, like if there's not a good reason to keep going up, I mean, who's to say it's going to just keep going up, right? But there's a lot more pressure pulling it up to the 200 moving average if everything's good, than there is if it passes that of it just keep going on forever, right? So that's why I'm saying, like, as far as like, you know, trying to help people understand the, so it's just if it gets above the 200 moving day average, which it was when you know, it squeezed the last time it sneezed or whatever. So if it gets up there, you know, say your money 4x's and you're already above the 200-day moving average, you really should either A, buy a put option so you can sell at that price, or B, sell 25% so that you're on house money only, in my opinion. You know, just to, because that's just something that I really wish I would have done. I mean, if I would have bought put options when Blue Apron went all up to $1.60 that day, I mean, I watched it do it. I could have just bought them. I just really thought it was going to keep going. They literally just like then diluted it. Yeah.
Oh, so I'm looking at the 200 right now, and it's saying it's from $1.94 to $2.67.
Yeah.
Did you hear that?
I mean, that's $1.94 to $2.67.
Okay. I just wasn't sure if I can look at my phone, look at the apps on it, and then, you know, I don't know anything about the live streaming.
Oh, me neither. I mean, I literally just like, I was actually just going to do a video about my app today, but then someone on Reddit, like they liked a picture that I made. They like clipped it from the TV show, which I appreciate. I mean, we're all in this,
dude. I'm here to support you.
Huh?
I said, that's sick. I'm here to support it.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, like, because I've been putting this together. I don't know. I mean, I've been kind of, I don't know who all got on it on different times, but I have, let's see, where's the other picture? This is what I did have as my background.
So tell me what you think about the direct public offering, because I've been in, like, I made most of my money with Palantir, and they did a direct offering. You know, like when I was trading, I was trading blue chips. Like I was trying to stay conservative with GE, Tesla. Yeah, I mean, you know, the Magnificent Seven. I was moving my money from Alibaba to Apple, just kind of moving it around, shifting around, building equity on margin, unfortunately. You know, man, it was awesome. It was such a rush to see all that money coming in, because, you know, I started with 12K. I ended up, I got all the way up. I remember in Thanksgiving, it was Thanksgiving of 2020. I was really, really proud of myself, because in 6 months I was up 38,000, and it was all from swing trading. I mean, it's a lot easier to make money with options, in my honest opinion, now that you know, I've seen how it all works. I mean, you know, I'd see all that porn loss and stuff with like the Wall Street bets. And I was like, man, that's just, and then you'd hear about every nightmare with buying weeklies. And I was just like, that just seems stupid. I'll go ahead and just keep swing trading, and I had to keep at a certain maintenance with the margin maintenance, and that's tricky. I mean, that's what these hedge funds have to do. And after seeing what I had to deal with, I know, man, that margin call is it's gonna tank the market. And I feel like the fact. Go ahead.
I haven't touched I was kind of doing some margin earlier in the year, but like now that I'm in Bed Bath right now, I just don't want them to have any excuse to take my shares.
Same. And it was so weird, dude.
I'm not.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no, just that. I just make sure that I'm not using any of the margin, because I don't want them to just say, "Oh, we margin called you," like for a penny. I have no idea what limit they're going to do that.
And I hear they're a lot more stringent with the requirements. Because I some days the requirements would be like 60-40, and then they change it to 70-30. And I mean, you got to really juggle things. And if you don't have any extra powder on the side to just, keep cash there, settled cash, then it's a recipe for disaster if you don't know what you're doing. And, my buddy, he should have told me to get off, but the market was so wonky with all those squeezes. And to get back to that, so I was making all my money with Palantir, and I mean, I was having I think 1 month I'd have days I'd lose 10 grand. Then I'd have days I'd make 20. And I mean, I looked at my my statements, my tax documents, and I traded I think it was $6 million in the first 6 months. It was 6 months. So it was wild, dude. But they, in essence, with those direct offerings, I honed in on everything that I could find on the internet with Yahoo Finance, StockTwits, I mean, Reddit, I was all over the place, Twitter, and I was just honing in on it. And I was like, man, everyone is hyping this up. The technicals are bullish. This is awesome. I was like, I'm going to marry this stock, because it's like, if you look at the AI, the artificial intelligence with Palantir, with Foundry, and what's the other one? I mean, it's all used for basically our Army, with the defense sector. And I mean, it could be the next Lockheed Martin for all I know. I mean, and the other thing that I liked about it was it has the capabilities as far as analytics to run the stock market. Like it can. I mean, like there's some really, really cool programs that they have going on. And they're constantly getting defense contracts. And it was hard for me not to even buy in the 7s. I was like, man, this is so cheap. I saw it hit like 6 something. And I was just like, if I didn't have to sell for a loss, I'd get back in there. And it was weird because I jumped in. It was like $18. I was following a lot of the SPAC plays because I got into the EV sector after I got out of biotech. And I ended up I started with iBio, and I mean, they're trash right now. They've had so much dilution, reverse split after reverse split. I think
that's something also just bringing in as far as like things to look out for, right? Is like how much cash on hand does a company have? Like if you're going to buy into a company, check how much cash they have on hand. And that's the thing, is because you can literally look at what their operating expenses are, and you can see how much cash they have and how long that's going to last them. And if they were doing great because they had Kenneth Dart, who owns Solo, the cup company, and plastic. What ticker is that? He hasn't heard of it.
What's that?
Someone in the chat asked what ticker that is. They haven't heard of it.
See, I was just looking for, the COVID vaccine. I was like, man,
Yeah.
this is gonna be a huge play, and I wanted to do. I'm really into Ayurveda, so I was like, if there's so many people that didn't want to go through with that vaccination, and I can understand why, especially since they didn't have enough clinical trials and research done before they really sent it out to the public. And I mean, I have friends that have issues because of the vaccination. I'm not an anti-vaxxer or anything like that, but I was looking towards a plant-based vaccination, and they were using IBM's Watson, and I was like, Watson, is just like Watson could beat Tim Jennings, in Jeopardy. So like, if they have access to Watson, like they're gonna figure this out faster than anybody.
I actually bought. I have a few call options for Novavax actually.
Yeah, Novavax, they were a good one
because it's an old school kind of, and they're. I mean, they also do flu vaccines and their stuff, but they do it the old school way instead of like the new way that everyone else is doing it. And so, not
Did you
saying
see
buy a lot, but
did you see? I mean, everyone saw how much Moderna ran, and you have all the bigger names. But did you see what was the play I was gonna talk about? I just lost my train of thought. It was a cool one. What was it? I mean, I was in all sorts of. I was like Biocept. There's one that started with a V. I can't remember.
so Chad just said Nova. That's so there. Nova is one. There, that's a specific ticker, but it's NVAX is Novavax. I mean,
NVAX.
people in the short squeeze. I did see him keep talking about Nova. I kind of looked into it a little bit, but I didn't really.
Man, I'm trying to think of the one that that was.
But if someone could convince me,
I got it. I figured it out. Okay,
yeah.
Ocugen. Have you seen OCGN? Did you see how it ran? It was insane. I got in and I was like, oh, Ocugen. I was like, this is neat. I was like, I want to put my money towards a good cause. I was like, I'm a humanitarian. I'm all for trying to help society and the world and solve its problems however I can. And I was like, they're trying to cure blindness, and I was like, this is really neat. Next thing you know, like I was like heavily leveraged in Ocugen, and it was like probably the first play that I had. I think it was over 100,000 shares, because at that point I was at like 17 grand, and I got in at 17 cents, and I was like, man, this is so sketchy. And I was like, I don't know about these penny stocks. I was like, and then literally like 6 weeks later, I think they came out with a COVID vaccine, and I'm like, wait a minute, this company's it's trying to like, it was in the optometrist or whatever whatever you want to call that sector. My brain, I'm tired.
Optometry, yeah.
Optometry, thank you.
I guess.
Ophthalmology is what I was trying to say, but it's kind of hard with the PTH, and I didn't want to stutter and get made fun of, so I chose not to say it. But yeah, so I was like, what's this company that's that's trying to cure blindness doing, creating a vaccine? And I guess they created one and sent it to Israel, and it ran from 17 cents all the way up to like $7 maybe, or maybe it was 17. It was something crazy. It was definitely, it was like 10,000%. So yeah, it was probably like 15, 16, $17. I'm thinking it was like 16 something. But I've got so many weird stories, like just throughout, where it's like you coulda, shoulda, woulda, but I got robbed, man. I literally got robbed. But we were gonna tank the market. We had the hedge funds just grasping for straws. And when I got into BlackBerry, I was like, okay, out of all these tickers that are defined as a meme stock, This one makes the most sense because its market cap's in the billions. It's going to take a ton of money to tank this. I was like, it's been, I saw, how they were expanding into the QNX technology. And I mean, QNX is used widely with all the computers and it's like all the electronics.
Hold
With
on. Hey,
cars.
thanks, man, for coming in. I really appreciated you keeping the chat alive and all
Yeah.
your good comments. So
Yeah, man. Well, it's just
another time. I don't know how if anyone wants to do it. I mean, it doesn't bother me just to leave it open. People come in and out.
I'm definitely down, man. It's been a long week for me. I haven't really been sleeping all that much with all this reading, and but yeah, dude. As far as this,
we'll find out if we really know. I was just in the chat. We'll find out if we really know if we moon. So, I mean, I did just make a lot of money on the popcorn stock. So, I mean, we'll see.
That's great. That was a big run. That was 109% run. That was huge.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure when to sell it, to be honest. Like, I have to actually do some research this weekend to see, because I heard I kind of briefly saw conflicting things about the court filing, and that was why I didn't really want to touch it. I was like kind of scared, but I was like,
same.
Yeah.
It's at $7.18 right now, so it's up 63%.
Yeah.
Looking at it, man, I mean, it's obviously going to retrace. On the hourly, it's saying it's a strong buy, 10 buys for every 2 sells. It's neutral on the daily. It's strongly. So let's see what it says here.
I mean, I wouldn't worry about. Hey, he said he in the chat. He said he sold his.
I mean, you guys broke through the resistance.
I don't think that. I mean, I still think that.
I'll tell you where they're.
I think that Bed Bath's gonna definitely squeeze way higher than AMC, in my opinion. That's why. I mean, I put most of my money in Bed Bath, and I don't at all regret it. I mean, obviously, if you could know the exact day it pops, but like
how many?
I had like 46
How many
calls
shares
for AMC at $4.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So yeah. So you threw how much at it? Like 4,600.
$2,500.
25. Yeah, I thought it was under 3. Because when I looked at it, I was like, man, I see he got in. So you made 15.5 then, huh? Or 15,750.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on exactly what the price does. So I mean, I haven't sold them, so I mean, I still have it.
Yeah.
Like at the peak, it would like basically I'll make $4,600 for every dollar it goes up. So I mean, we'll see.
Yeah, it's 100 shares per contract. Yeah, dude, that's sick. I mean, I would. What's your expiry?
August 18th.
So you've got plenty of time then.
I'm just gonna like for me, I want to figure out what's going on in the court. I mean, that's I like looking at indicators, but like if they really made it to where they're not going to do the conversion, then like I kind of really want to.
Well, you got to think, man. Like there's brokerages that don't allow trading with after hours and stuff. Like I have one like SoFi. You can't trade after 4 o'clock.
All right.
So it's like there's going to be some hodling going on.
Well, I think like also like the amount of people that are going to get margin called right at the beginning of like open is going to be quite a few because there's the short interest is pretty high. So.
Yeah. It was when the CTB up over 1,000.
Yeah, it was like 1,050.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, we're starting to move up too, but I mean, if you think about that CTB, man, anyone that's gonna short, they're dumb. I mean, it's like I feel like it's gonna retrace a little bit, but I mean, like anything, if you follow the Wyckoff cycles, you know how it flows. So I mean, that one's on you. I would definitely, like you said, sell some of them and then just ride house money.
Yeah, that's probably what I'll do.
Yeah, it's the smartest. It's better to be conservative at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, shoot, dude, I've got 80K in the market right now, and I'm literally literally under $20,000 with what I've got as far as equity, and I'm like, this is crazy. And I've got like there's a high class lawyer that's giving me counsel right now, Maurice Pessa. He was on CNBC whenever Vlad Tenev and Ken Griffin with Robinhood and Melvin Capital, whenever they shut that buy button off on BlackBerry. I ended up losing like within a day and a half. I went from being up to $175,000 with 19K invested to 36 grand. So, I mean, it's freaking ridiculous. And when I jumped into that play, I was at 87.5. So it's like, how can they do that, and get away with that? They put me in an automatic margin call and then just made me sell all of my shares unless I had money to cover it. And at that point I didn't. And I was like, all right, well, here's my Palantir. And then I was taking all my profits and I was putting it towards Dogecoin, just because I had a feeling like it's smart to just, have your money set aside in conservative, scenarios. And Elon was all about it. I saw that it was, it was matriculating at a slow pace, but it was definitely gaining momentum. But I didn't think it would just shoot up to 7 cents like it did. And I sold 814,000 Dogecoins for $8,900 right before it ran. And imagine if I would have sold that at 70 cents. We're talking over $500,000.
Yeah.
560,
I actually did a little, like, I was like at night one night, I was like watching, I don't even know what I was watching. It was like a space call or something or whatever, but like Elon said something, it literally just jumped up and I was like, should I? It's probably like late. Jumped up the next day and then like I was like, whatever. I was like, here's $100, and then it doubled or whatever, and I was like,
yeah.
Shoot. So I turned $100 into $200, and I was like, man, that's addicting. Like I just
Yeah. Things are going to get interesting. With all the basket swaps and the ETFs, that's big. It's big because they're hiding all those locates in the ETFs.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at all these teachers' pensions, and it's sad. It's sad. I mean, they've got to create some regulatory measures to protect everyone.
Yeah, it makes me scared for all the other countries that have less regulation than us, and like we just definitely still don't have a lot.
I know. You hear these horror stories, and it's like they're just closing people's positions out. Like, how fair is that?
Yeah,
it's sad, man.
but also just like the idea of there's like that, I mean, even the idea of an ETF, like it's I don't know. I mean, just like I don't know. I just
it's a conservative play. I mean, you're looking at like a 3 to
like how it
7%
works as far
gain
as like
per
the
year.
influence of the ETFs and how much how much power they have as far as like moving the market and whatnot.
Yeah, well, you have the PFOF, the DTCC. I mean, there's just so many regulations that just need change.
And that's why I'm like glad is that like I know that I don't know that we can ever make all the shorts close or anything, but that's just that I don't know. I just think that even getting Bed Bath back to book value is a big deal, and that
did you see its intrinsic value
to book value?
Yeah, no, I'm saying did you look at its intrinsic value?
What do you mean?
I look at everything, I book value is definitely the way to go if you're looking at
I
like
think it's
fair
just at least
market
one
value.
of many metrics, but yeah, I mean,
Oh yeah, one of many. But just the intrinsic value alone, from what I saw at the low point, they were saying it was worth like 670 something, and then at the high, they were saying like 32.94, if I'm not mistaken.
was this
I
like
was-
analysts looking at it, or was it?
yeah, yeah. It was just just some analytics, man. But I'm learning more and more about all of the factors that go into assets and nulls and the net operating losses and
So, what do
just
you think
all those metrics.
about the Teddy play? Like, all the, all the companies, all the big brands, kind of coming together and wanting a new platform other than Amazon to sell stuff.
Honestly, man, I think in like deep down in my heart, I feel like Elon's coming. I feel like he's
Yeah,
coming to the rescue. I feel like this is going to be X.com.
yeah.
I mean, you look at you look at that Sue Gov interview with eToro. I mean, all of it. It's like they're making a mockery. It's almost like an SNL skit of just the market in general. And I mean, she's sitting there laughing in the interview and just acting like she doesn't, like she's dumbfounded and doesn't know what's going on.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, the whole time I made this one meme. Every once in a while I'll get on my phone and I'll throw something together just for shits and giggles. And I was like, I'm gonna spam Elon and throw this out there just to get some hype.
Yeah.
I'd go into like Webble and throw some memes at them just to get some people to buy. And I'm like, what if Elon is gonna back this? Like everyone's looking at Dragonfly, and I just feel like there's probably a whole lot
So
more
I don't
to
know,
this.
as far as like, a monopoly, like how much more Elon can even own. But I
Well, at
think,
this point, I mean, how much did everyone saying Ken Griffin helped with that Twitter deal? I mean, if he did that, then why is he taking out loans now?
um, Elon Musk.
Yeah. From what I heard that I don't know if it was because of that one picture that you saw the billionaires together, and like Elon was like in a picture, and behind him was Ken Griffin, and I started to hear a little bit of hype about how Ken had helped him close out that deal, that private equity deal with Twitter, because I was in Twitter right before that all happened. And I mean, they got paid. I think he bought it at 54.20, if I'm not mistaken,
Something like that.
a share. Yeah, I mean, I think he did just because it was the 420 thing. He thought it'd be funny, you
Oh,
know. I mean, it was smart. It was a smart move. I mean, because if you want to expose, the crime that's going in corruption, I mean, why not do it through your own, Twitter space?
yeah.
I mean, you have your own forum, and I mean, you look at Donald Trump with DWAC just soared. I saw that coming too. I was like, man, it was.
What was the exact news that made that go off? Because I saw
I
that.
have I have no idea, man. I feel like I haven't really looked into all the metrics of it, but I feel like the short interest was just starting to build up a little bit. Like I'll look at the Sage tracker on Webble to see like, like institutional like holdings and the percentage of the float that's locked up by institutions. I mean, I'll look at so much,
Yeah.
but as far as that one, man, it was just it was sitting at like the 13-14 range, 13, and I was like, this thing's bound to pop, and you could tell just by the bullish divergence that was starting to come in, just like UCopy says, when you see that small PP candle pop up on the monthly, man, it's like it's bound to pop. And I mean, I that popped, GameStop popped with its earnings, but with DWAC, I think that was more that was a deal that they were trying to trying to there was some kind of court proceeding with Don, with the Don, and it was, yeah, and it, you know, I think they were trying to you know, like make sure that he couldn't open up True Social, and oh shoot, can you see? Okay, sweet. Yeah. But you know, I really, if I were to try to expound on that, I would sound stupid because I haven't really researched it.
Yeah, I mean, I was just wondering. I mean, I didn't even know the AMC news, right? Like, I actually saw it on the Bedpath forum. Someone's like, "Hey, it's actually AMC is running." And I
mean, those after hour, you know, runners, man, you can't predict that. I mean, anyone that says they can, you know, they've got the prognostication for that kind of stuff. It's
I mean,
like,
it kind of like ties in though to like Bed Bath, right? Like where I tried it for the AMC thing. The reason I actually bought AMC calls rather than APE or anything was just because I try to put myself in the position of the judge and think like, I mean, it just doesn't seem fair. It doesn't seem like, oh, just because it's, oh, we wrote it in, now we have to do it. I'm like, I don't know, they have to. Like, that's.
I felt like that was a complete ploy to you know, try to steer people away from holding their shares of AMC to buy APE at a cheaper base cost if it was going to be a 1-for-1 deal with the equity deal, the equity offering that they were trying to work out. And it was like,
someone put a message, and it seemed like it was quotes. I don't know. I mean, I have to look up to see if it was valid or not. And they said like the judge was saying that if they did that, it would set a precedence, which would like let companies just do the same kind of BS and it destroys.
Yeah, it's just pure manipulation.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's like why would you? But then again, I mean, but that just bodes well for the rich. You know, it's like the 1% of society is going to keep making the money while everyone else struggles and has to work day to day just to maintain. And, you know, it's like I'm happy for everyone that got rich whenever you know, the sneeze happened, because there were so many runners. If I were to look back and look at every company that I had on my watch list and how they ran, and you look and it's like, wow, everything was running. And, you know, late January through even like some of those companies were running all the way through April. But yeah, man, it's been a wild ride, you know, and it's weird because go ahead.
Well, I think I have the same kind of faith in the judge for Bed Bath, you know, that I think that he doesn't want people to do shady stuff, and it would set a bad precedence to say like, yeah, you can destroy a company and we'll just let you do it, you know.
And it's like, why wouldn't they have just liquidated the entire company and gone Chapter 7 instead of going with a Chapter 11, you know, restructuring deal? I mean, we already know, we're all schooled. Everyone that's been in this play long enough that, you know, I mean, our team is freaking impeccable, dude. There are some brilliant people, and I'm like, I see all this DD. I mean, you know, just all this magnanimous DD that's written. I'm just like, holy cow, there has been some effort put into this. And I mean, it's because everyone's got their life savings on the line.
It's true. You know, I have literally everything I own in this stock right now.
Same, dude. You know, and that was
back. I think he should come on the stream. Ligma.
What's that?
Honor me with your Ligma should honor us with his presence.
Yeah, we need to get Ligma in here. Don't be a bitch, Ligma.
What does Ligma want to know? What brought you back?
I can't even see the chat right now.
Yeah. I wasn't doing much. WATC was the one was commenting. Not sure who else is here. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I was kind of just opening up to the space. It's like kind of interesting. We do Twitter spaces and all this stuff, and like we all just want to talk about it all day. It's like funny.
Oh, it's so mysterious. You know, it's like we all are so curious as to what is going to happen and transpire here in the future. And I mean, we're talking near future, but I mean, if you really hone in on the TA and you look at the bearish divergence on with it being maxed out, it doesn't look that great. It looks like it could take, like 4 or 5 years for it to get back to $30.
Mhm.
But I mean, with a CUSIP change and an equity offering, things could get a whole lot more interesting, because I
Dustin's
mean,
still here too, or
they'll
he's
set
back.
that price.
Dustin,
We'll be sitting pretty.
Yeah. Sorry. Just a distraction. Little squirrel brain.
Oh, dude, I ramble. I'm very loquacious. It's a problem of mine after coffee.
Well, I think that's all. I mean, like, really, I did do a study on like Redditors, and it is like that expansive sort of approach that we all have, which does line up with like ADHD. It's like pretty funny, actually.
Yeah, I've got it real bad. But I try to use it as advantageously as possible.
And that's the thing. I think that people don't realize it has advantages. It just also has everything's a two-edged sword, right? I mean, like if
Yeah.
someone can sit still and just pay attention, like to whatever the teacher's telling them, regardless of whether it's true or insightful. I mean, that's a talent, but it's also a double-edged sword. Like, but also like, I mean, think about like you, right? Like all these different stocks. It's like, okay, like I got into this. I had to learn about this. I had to learn like. It's like obviously, us apes, we're not scared to like dive in and learn a lot about a lot of different things. Like, how is this going to affect it? I mean, it's so crazy.
They kind of forced our hand into that, though, Michael.
And I think that Ryan Cohen knows that. I think he's like, oh, I think he likes that. The fact that like we're being trained. I mean, back in the day, like everyone kind of just went to war and they grew. That's how they grew up. And it's like this is like our war.
We're green. We are green, and they know it. And they're like,
but I think a lot of like the older people I talk to, they don't know how if you go talk to any like boomer and you're like, you know what payment for order flow is, and it's like, no, and it's like, yeah, you voted for that, like you guys didn't stop that from happening, and now we all have to pay for it. So
I try to use it as advantageously as possible. My phone's almost dead.
It's all good. Yeah, so I mean, I think that like that's the thing is like it did push us all to learn a lot about how the market works. I mean, even the fact that like the SEC was talking. I mean, I'm not like an advocate or anything, a super stonk. I don't really know that much about it, but just the fact that they were at least in talks with the SEC about payment for order flow, actually, in my opinion, that was like pretty encouraging. So,
they're trying to figure out how they're going to get themselves out of this mess. It's like at this point, they know what they're up against. They know what they've done was wrong. And a lot of people suffered.
They thought no one would care. That's the crazy part.
No, they just knew that they knew they were doomed at that point, that they were going to lose, we're talking billions and billions of dollars.
But that's like the Great Depression. That's why it crashed, is because like all the money that was buying stocks was actually just buying, like it was all either just credit or fake, and so it's like I was looking just a couple days ago at the price of gold, and it just skyrockets after the depression because they realized the money was fake, but no one knew the money was fake until like they actually went to go get their gold.
Have you been looking into bricks at all?
Getting gold?
No, bricks.
Like gold stuff.
BRICS.
Oh yeah, like the nations.
Well, just the currency.
And that's why they're buying up all the gold.
Well, did you hear how they're trying to set that up though?
What do you mean?
Well, they're basically they're gonna give like people interest on like the banks are going to hold the gold. So that physical asset is not going to be in your hands. And a lot of people are going to be leery about that. And, you know, as strict as, you know, you've got Brazil, Russia, India, China. What's the S? Is that
South Africa.
is it South Africa? Okay.
Mhm.
Well, you know, it's like a lot of people don't have a whole lot of faith in Russia and China being communistic. So it's like, you know, it's like, what's this certificate going to do for me if you don't actually have, you know, if you can't actually hold that asset, like, you know, and you never know how, you know, much it can deflate. Because I mean, they're going to be in charge of that, you know, economically
And that
speaking.
and that's like the whole thing is that money is a replacement. It's a surrogate or whatever for trust.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, so I don't. Man, it's like so interesting that there's like no real way around it. As much as I'd like to say crypto, I mean, some like, for example, um, I got really excited about Polygon, you know, because I was like, oh, it just seems like the rate of adoption is like really fast. But then like when I really started to learn more and more, I was like, crap, like I don't know what percentage of it, but it was like 70% of it was like is like reserved or whatever for like, you know, the creators of it. Like so like, you know, when they like work with someone and I don't know this for like for fact or anything, but like say they're like, hey Disney, do you want to work with us? And like sure, and it's like here, we'll give you part of our treasury of Polygon tokens. And they're like, oh Starbucks, you want to work with us? Cool, here's our treasury of tokens. And like so it's just like that there's so many coins out there that could literally be dumped into the market, and
Yeah.
that's terrifying. So
Yeah. I don't trust crypto right now. I feel like that bubble is going to burst. I mean, you know, it's been a hedge funds paradise where they can hide all that money, and they're taking it out of the equities market and markets, and you know, God knows what else. I mean,
and I mean I like the idea
commodities, indexes.
uh, of Bitcoin that's like it's like a limited supply, but like I don't like the fact that it was bought with a bunch of tether,
Yeah.
because like that kind of scares me. And so I'm like, man, like I wish I could be more bullish on it.
What do you think about CBDCs?
I mean that's terrifying.
I know
Like you
I'm
know,
worried too, man.
yeah.
I mean, you know,
Like
go ahead.
I mean, just the fact that it's like they could see every single
That's
transaction,
what they
and
want.
you know,
That's what they need because you know they want to control us. I mean, you look at COVID, and I mean, you know, I'm I, I'm not really into conspiracy theories, but I've had quite a bit on my plate in the past. Like I nearly died of Lyme disease um back in 2020 or not 20, yeah, it was 2000 2003. And
mhm.
you know, I read about Plum Island and how they had a lab there. I mean, every country has their labs, and it's all biowarfare. You know, and if you look into unit, I think it's unit, don't quote me on this, I'd have to get my phone out, but I think it's unit 713 or something. And it was basically the Japanese, they were doing all sorts of weird tests on you know, biowarfare, and they were just holding like hostages captive and like killing people, and like doing all sorts of weird tests with like, you know, like crazy stuff, man, with bombs detonating and like what kind of damage it'll do to the human body. It was just
one of my
brutality.
one of my professors in the Caribbean actually. So my med school was halfway in the Caribbean, halfway in the U.S. So I did all my clinicals in the U.S., but I did the book work stuff in the Caribbean. And one of my teachers actually had a Wikipedia page about him, how like he 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 shipped the plague to Madagascar.
Was it the
And
bubonic plague?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, the bubonic plague.
Yeah.
Like he was doing research, and he's like, oh, they had instruments I needed, and it was like, really? Like, I mean,
It's messed up, dude. And I feel like this whole bat flu, it was. I mean, everyone knows they want to blame it on the meat market in Wuhan with that lab there. There's no. This was all ploy to.
well, even Ebola, right?
Yeah.
Like that one, where did like it's I don't know if it's specifically a genetically engineered one, but there's only in that category of viruses. There's only one other virus, and that one for sure is genetically engineered. It's just an artificial virus.
Yeah.
And so I'm like,
One of my good friends, he's a molecular virologist, and he studies viruses in the ocean and within all the creatures and stuff. It's crazy. It's crazy when you really start to break it down with just war and strategies that these countries have to take as far as defensive measures and weaponized biologics. And it's just freaking crazy to think that people could be so savage in this day and age. But it's like money controls the world. But I feel like there could be there's so much more that we could change in this world for the betterment of humankind if we weren't controlled by money, and the people that actually had the money put it in the right places. I mean, a lot of people hate on Bill Gates because of the different experiments that he runs on tribes of just like nations. And I think it was if I'm not I don't quote me on this, but I think it was somewhere in, like, it wasn't Somalia, it might have been Madagascar, I'm not sure, somewhere in Africa. And he was trying to come up with a vaccination for HPV, human papilloma virus. And so it's like he was basically giving these teenage girls HPV, and they were having all sorts of crazy like symptomatics, and it's just freaking just crazy, dude. Like, there's so much. I mean, and we're the guinea pigs. It's sad because like without this research and like we're not going to know how to fix these issues. Like in the medical world. I know you're deep into the medical world. I know quite a bit about like medical terminology and how the body works, just because I've had to learn with having an autoimmune disease. I mean, I nearly died of a cousin of malaria. I don't know if you have you ever heard of BBBYQ?
actually, I mean, yeah, I mean, I just know. I mean, off the top of my head, I'm trying to think of.
It's babiosis is another name for it. It's like a red blood cell infection. It's just basically parasitical infection. But malaria, a lot of people wouldn't know, is the #1 killer.
And it kills a lot of people.
Yeah, I mean, you have that and cancer. Those are the two big ones. But it's just like, if we could just get the whole. I mean, like, it's kind of neat how this play has shown us that we have different cultures involved, and how we're all trying to come together for the betterment of mankind. And it's like it's going to take people like us to persevere and make changes and modifications. It's like,
well, I'm excited to have this many people that are gonna have a lot of money really soon.
I agree. I mean, I don't want to gauge any price points or anything like that, but if this runs I think I need it for me to I think gross $1 million, it would be roughly $24.50 56 cents or something like that. So I'm like, oh, whoa, that's pretty cool, But
I mean, it topped out at 82. So, and then you look at some of these direct public offerings like HKD. I was
Yeah.
following a lot of those Chinese pump and dump stocks, and I was like, this doesn't look right. This is definitely this is weird. I was like, something's going on here. It was all institutional, in my opinion, and I feel like they were using that just to try to rebalance and gain more equity so that they had more margin to work with. It's kind of messed up, but it's like you look at how those work, and it's like the insiders can't sell. So if these insiders can't sell for a few weeks, and they have that float locked up, and we have that float locked up, and we just hold and say we're holding for gold, man.
Yeah.
I mean, you never know. I mean, DWAC ran from, I watched it run. I didn't even know it was Truth Social. And I was like, with all, all the people that support Trump, I was like, I should have been researching that. I was like, that was one I missed. And I was watching it run, and I'm one of those guys who's like once I see it run, I'm like, it's going to retrace back, and it's going to, just be patient and wait it out, wait for it to go red, then buy. And
I missed the GNS run. And I was
GNS.
like, oh, well, it already ran. So I was like, well, what one will run in sympathy? And I was like, well, HLBZ or whatever hasn't.
Hell's Bells.
Yeah. I was like, well, they're in the same kind of category, right?
Yeah.
So, and then nope, it didn't run. And then GNS just kept running. I was like, wow, I would not have guessed that.
Yeah,
obviously.
dude, DWAC ran from sub 10 is where the insiders were getting in. If you would have gotten in on it right away, you could have probably bought in sub 15. And then it ran all the way to 187, if I'm not mistaken. So that's huge.
What ran to?
The DWAC.
Oh yeah.
I mean, when it DPO'd. That was a DPO as well.
Oh really?
Yeah, direct public offerings, dude. It's better than an IPO. With the IPOs, usually, you get one big pump and then it dumps. With the DPOs, it can run a couple weeks.
Yeah.
I mean, I think DWAC ran for 4 or 5 days, if I'm not mistaken. I was just like, good grief, it's still running? Especially when it got up into the hundreds. I was just like, they just 10x. I'm like, I could have just jumped in this and 10x my money, and I'd be in the positive right now. And it's hard when you see your account sitting in the negative, and you're just like I follow this, and but it's like once you've been rugged, and you've been rugged like we have, and I mean, I've been rugged a few times, but I mean, those few times have really turned me into more of a disciplined trader when it comes to entries. And it's like you don't want to chase it most of the time, because you'll end up with the Jan Sports. You know what I mean?
End up with the Jans.
Yeah, man.
Dustin says he'll have $1 million if it hits $100. 10,000 shares.
10,000. How many are you holding?
Me, I actually have like 160 something thousand.
I want to be like, you bastard, but I don't want to be mean. Yeah. I'm happy for you.
I'm already down. Like I lost a lot on. So I have it at 25.5 cents or so. I think. I don't know.
That's awesome.
3 accounts, but.
You have it spread out in 3.
Yeah, most of it's in Robinhood though,
yeah.
And but I mean, So, I mean, I need it to go in order just to get my money back from like what I lost in Bed Bath. I needed to go at least like 80 cents, I think.
So your break even's 80 cents. I'm going to share something with you. My break even is like $4 as far as, my overall position in the market.
Yeah.
I mean, that's where I'll break even after taxes and all that,
Although actually now that I think about it, if you minus what I Well, it depends. I guess I'll have to update Monday or Tuesday
Capital
about
gains, man. It's a bitch.
when I get how AMC goes, because
Yeah,
you know,
dude, that's sick. 16 grand is nothing to turn a blind eye to, you know.
yeah.
That's huge. A lot of people, that's a lot of money, man. For
So it sounds like Dustin's still here. What does Dustin want to talk about? I feel like he should get on the show at least with his
how many
voice.
people are on? I
For
can't even
free.
see, man. You've been running for nearly 5 hours.
Yeah, I mean, I probably should just go. I probably should get some dinner. And
Yeah,
stuff, but,
bro. I'm ready. I'm ready for bed. It's like almost 1 o'clock here. I'm on the East Coast. I'm in North Carolina. So
well, we'll see. I might throw this up tomorrow and see if people want to get on. I don't know. I mean, yeah. I mean,
yeah, it's always
it's been an
interesting.
interesting venture into a new space for me.
No doubt, dude. So what's up? So with all this, I see you have it all broken down into categorical, equations
There's
here.
also this. So this was like comparing, all the Amazon businesses versus everyone else, and so I was trying to like fill it in.
Okay.
And I don't know. I mean, yeah. So like you have a streaming service. Well, that's where Blockbuster comes in, and like
Music.
Blockbuster has some deal with Lego apparently, and Lego movies were done by Warner Brothers, and Warner Brothers doesn't have a direct streaming service
Yeah,
yet.
yeah.
So I'm like,
I've been following that
um,
too myself, man. And you got to think Dish Network too, because Dish Network
oh
owns
really?
the IP rights of Blockbuster.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Well, now I can add that to the Char Dish Network. Okay,
yeah,
that makes it even easier.
yeah.
Wow.
And Dish is getting ready to run. I've been watching it, and it's sitting at around $7. And
Yeah.
anything under 7 is a score. And they've got Blockbusters right, so they're in this play. They have to be. I've heard too many people talking about them,
Yeah.
especially.
And you have the game streaming, right? So you have Twitch will be, what's going to take it on is Player, GameStop Player.
Yeah,
You have the wallet payments. What's going to take on is Teddy. I mean, if they're really a bank and if they want to pursue that, which would make sense. Yeah, so it's like you have and then you have all these stores. So it's going to be you have Amazon versus eBay, and they just have different things that they're selling. But then all the solid brands, like the actual legit warranty stuff, will be in Teddy, or so. I think that's just going to be this platform that everyone's going to come to. And I just started making this today.
so you actually made that spin wheel there.
I didn't make this the middle part. I'm
Yeah.
just adding the thing on the outside. Someone else. I was just like Googled like breakdown of Amazon's business.
Yeah, for sure. Because I mean, it's categorically speaking, we're gonna if you're gonna compete against them. I mean, everyone knows Chewy's gonna be the pet products. Then you have Overstock for clothing, and there's going to be so much involved in this, man.
Some sort of connection to Kroger. I can't remember what that one was, but it would make sense. You have like Whole Foods versus Costco and Walmart versus Kroger.
Yeah, that would make a whole lot of sense. I didn't even think about that one. I've heard a few people speculate on it.
Yeah.
And then I'm trying to think. Did you just say something about Cash App being involved?
Oh, just the wallet payments that you have Teddy or whatever. So I mean, you have Amazon Pay versus GPay.
Don't you think that was kind of weird how the Cash App, was it the CEO or the owner of the company? Didn't he get murdered?
I don't know actually.
Yeah, check that out. Look into it, man. I mean, there's just so many weird coincidences in this. It's kind of crazy. A few people thought he got murdered. It was a younger guy too. I think he was in his 30s. You Googling it?
May 2nd, Cash App founder Bob Blue was stabbed in the heart and lung in a fatal attack.
Yep.
What the
Right.
crap?
I mean, dude, I feel like this is gonna be some crazy Netflix movie. You know that I'm trying to think what it reminds me of. There was that one movie about the cat killer. There was like a guy who had maimed a cat online, and all these people like got together on Reddit and like figured out who it was.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you just never know with all the stuff going on. I mean, I you know, it's sad what happened to Gustav Arnold. Or
Yeah.
isn't that how you say his name?
I mean Gustav something.
Or,
But
yeah, I mean,
that kind of weirds me out. I was actually trying to look to see what the background to that was.
I heard
that
he
just
jumped.
doesn't really add up.
I heard he jumped off the balcony of the Jenga building.
But like, why? Like, I mean, that just doesn't make
Someone
sense.
else told me that his family was there and saw it. So, who knows? I mean, it's all speculative.
Well, they said that his family was in the house at the same time, but like
That's what I
he
heard.
didn't say anything to anyone. So no, I don't think that anyone actually saw it.
Well, he definitely was. He was involved with that pump and dump, man. He sold the top with Ryan and Jake.
PP just got on.
Who did?
PP.
Oh, did he?
He's like, holy shit, I can't believe you guys are still going. Yeah, no, I was just kind of hanging out and talking and slow.
Get him in here. What's going on, man?
There you have it.
Yeah,
24-hour PP show.
you definitely you hit the 5 hour mark. Congratulations.
Yeah,
that's big, man.
If I got something, it's endurance. You know?
Yeah, same. It's like I'm usually up at 4 a.m. checking everything out anyway.
Yeah, no, I mean, like my body won't let me go to sleep till I watch Nopi's video and see the pre-market.
That's funny. I think we're all kind of on the same schedules. I have to cat nap just to even watch the PP show. I'm like, man, like I need a nap. You know, get a little power nap in, and then I'm ready to go.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, man.
Well, I think maybe we should call it. I guess 5 hours is good.
Yeah, for sure. Especially if
RC is talking Bo Raider Bo.
I wish I could read the comments. I should have just grabbed my other phone.
I mean, I think I don't know. I think my theory is different than a lot of people's theory. Just to answer Bo, just that I'm not really worried. Everything seems to be going the right direction. So, I just think that there's like the default pathway is they just like literally leave, and they leave cash flow positive, book value positive, and
got the Knowles.
Yeah, with the Knowles, right? So like even that, I mean, it's just like, I mean, the value just like I actually the calculation. Look at the book value, what it will come out with, just with. It comes out to about 74 cents, 75 cents as far as what the book value is.
Did you put the enterprise value into that too?
No, I mean I didn't. That was literally just like what their most recent, like any kind of official filings. So you had like the 1.7 billion of debt, which is probably a lot less than that.
Yeah.
And then you have on Google, at least in their last filing, it said there was like 2.2 billion was their assets. So, that's already a positive.
Their cash flow positive, and then you got to think the Knowles, from what I read, is you can write off 300 million a year, and I'm not sure how long that lasts. It was either a decade or maybe two. It was either 10 or 20 years.
And then they have warrants that's another 300 million. That's going to put it at a book value of $1.15. So I mean,
you're talking about
for me, like
the dip loan.
No, actually, just the warrants that were there's warrants that were from March.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
I didn't even look into that.
It's on Reddit. I don't remember who did it, but they said there's unrealized gains that they haven't tapped into.
That's awesome.
So they couldn't tap into them because it was like they sold them or whatever right when they were going into bankruptcy. So, I mean, for me, like I'm just not worried about can you explain more about the warrants? I mean, just that there was a Reddit post. I wish you could find it. It was on just regular Bed Bath one. It was last week. Sometimes it said something about unrealized. So I don't know that. Was it? I mean, it might have been Life Relationship actually from like a week ago.
Yeah, I've been kind of slacking on my reading with the BBBY Reddit group. It's I just I feel really secure about this play after just hearing everything and how it's going to coalesce. So it's
Oh,
like,
me too. I mean, it's like I only do it because like I like the PP show and I like
yeah.
so it's like I want to help the team. And
Oh
so it's
man,
like
the information you provide on the shows, it's outstanding. I mean,
yeah.
everyone's glad that we've got another teammate, that's a number cruncher, because that's important. I mean,
Yeah, and that's just it. I mean, like, because it going through the dockets, I mean, it is kind of just like grinding it out. But like,
you're not kidding, bro.
I know that like right now, I just happen to have a lot of time on my hands that I can do. So, I actually
Yeah.
found it. Wait.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat right now. I've got a knee surgery coming up. I've got torn meniscus, so I'm doing what I can. And I've got 4 accounts that I'm juggling, and one of them I swing trade with. So it's kind of like, and then you got to think it's been kind of a wild ride with Bed Bath and Beyond, going from 4 or sub 5, it was 0.047 all the way to what it hit. Did it hit 40 or was it 39 cents? I think it hit 40. But I mean, you could have doubled up if you were swing trading. And I mean, I was like, I'm gonna hold for humanity, and I could have done some things differently, but it was like, I kind of like having my cost base average where it's at, and just playing it the way I'm going to play it. I've got one account that I definitely figure if I sell that one at a certain price point just to break even on what I have, then I can ride the rest.
And that's the thing is, I think right now it's kind of hard to know when to sell because like it's just we're so far under the book value that like it just doesn't make sense to risk swinging it. I mean, not saying I don't take
I
profits or
agree.
anything, but like
No, dude. I mean, now, definitely not now, but I mean, when we ran from 15 cents to 28, 29, broke through 30, got all the way up to 35 cents, I was like, oh man, like, I know this is a peak, I should be selling at this point. I was like, but I'm holding for the team. Like, this is an endeavor. And I didn't think it would retrace all the way back down to 18 cents. And it's like, that just goes to show you, like, you have to know that in OTC they have to fill those gaps. So if someone bought in at a nickel, or let's just say under 7 cents, and they sell, let's say 6 cents, just to make it easy, they sell
yeah,
at 30 cents, they just 5x'd,
yeah.
or sold at 35 cents, they 7x. So it's like it makes sense that they would sell at that point, especially with all this FUD, and all these smear campaigns they have going on with the case, because it's
I mean,
scary.
it is scary, and I mean, but I think that it's like literally like a natural selection, but like an artificial selection for like the people that's like, um, I know you get paid to make it, to understand what's going on You know, like it's like, oh, you graduate, here's your, you know, like it's almost like you're getting a scholarship
Yeah.
for learning how the market works, is
Yeah.
how I see it. And
Oh, for sure, dude. This is definitely this is a school of knowledge right here. They're
uh,
they're showing us every trick in the book, and it's crazy to just see the plumbing of it all.
yeah. And I like what Dustin said, because I feel the same way. I mean, you know, you know, people talking about the moon, like I mean, I do believe, I do believe G is coming. Like you know, it's going there, and but I also believe that there's um, definitely a chance that Bed Bath and Beyond is involved in a kind of a different way. That it's just like, I mean, because like, say it just recovers, and say they just like join, they use the Teddy app or whatever. Like that's a possibility, right? Um,
We could be a conglomerate. I mean, we both know that.
Yeah, so I mean, in my opinion, like it could be that like Bed Bath and Beyond, like they just recover normally, right? Like they exit Chapter 11, they go back on the Nasdaq, and maybe literally nothing changes except for they're an official partner, like official, like with Teddy, right? That through that app and whatnot. Um, but even that would put the, I mean, what would the value of that? I mean, it'd probably put Bed Bath at a minimum of like $25, right?
Yeah, I'm thinking it's going to be in the
So
20s. I've been, you know what, you say that, it's so weird because deep down in my heart, I've been thinking 24.50 is where it's going to be at. I'm like,
uh,
man, if it hits 24, 25, like, don't be greedy, you
So I
know?
mean, like I think that like there like we have to like everyone has to have a thesis, and it's like that's what the chart says, is like, you know, the trend is telling a story about a thesis, and you have to like, if that thesis changes, if something disrupts that, then you know. But like luckily we're at the like I mean, bare minimum is it's getting well over $1 for sure. So
Oh,
bare
yeah,
minimum we're
no
four
doubt,
xing
no
from
doubt.
here, and like, you know, that like the most practical is that, I mean, it's gonna get all the way up to $7, like just
I didn't,
naturally without Ryan Cohen.
I agree. I didn't suffer like this for a dollar a share. I'm not, I didn't
Well,
put
no,
all
I
this
mean, I'm saying
in
like it's
to
just
break
like,
even.
you know, just like I think that like it gives people confidence, you know, to hold on, because like it's gonna like I think that it's just, there's a lot of ways you can look at it, and it's like, what's like the lowest floor, like lowest floor. It's like, okay, well, it's $1.15, you
I
know.
was thinking dollar 20. That
Yeah.
was, you know,
So
lowest.
then it's like, okay, well, what's like a reasonable floor? Okay, well, we'll just say, you know, the $7, we'll just say like half of that. Okay, it's like 350, right?
I'm thinking midpoint. You know, like I got in at 260, and it retraced. It went back up to like 325. You know, maybe the 330s, and then that's when it dropped. Whenever the dip loan came through with the $300 million offering,
Yeah.
equity offering.
Yeah, and so I mean, all my floor prices is like literally not involving Ryan Cohen at all, right?
But
Like so,
we have to really put everything into perspective with the TSO. That's gonna be
but like
that's
even the
a
TSO
game
being the
changer.
max, let's say all the float is freaking 739.
739, yeah.
Then literally without Ryan Cohen, without any pipe dream, without any whatever, it still
Hmm.
would be going likely to somewhere around $7.
Hmm.
So like that's just pretty exciting in my opinion, because then to know that any spark from Ryan Cohen, and it's just going to send it well over that $7, you know. So
Yeah, dude. I mean, like, this one chick I know, she's a futures trader,
yeah,
and you know, she's a little. She spent like 50 grand on schooling with
yeah,
technical analysis and candlestick reading. You know, and
that sounds like tarot card reading. Just go to
yeah,
candlestick reading.
yeah. I mean, she's a chartist, and you know, she looked at it and she's like, she was convinced. She's like, I'm jumping in. She's got over 50. She's got 56,000 shares right now, but I think her price point was at like 26 cents or something like that. But she's like, yeah, this is definitely going to. She's like, this is gonna hit 6 easily.
Oh yeah.
She's like, even without any whales coming in, and the cool thing with the OTC is even if everything gets liquidated, we'll still be trading.
Yeah.
And there's, I mean, who's gonna cut their losses when they're down, tens of thousands of dollars? I mean, there's some bag holders in here that are probably holding in the $2-3 range and are heavily weighted.
Yeah.
And that's crazy. I mean, imagine being down, 25-30 grand on one play. It's just and then having just the way it all went down with just all that dilution and the death spiral convertible notes and
what's funny is how the dilution
split.
actually made me bullish. Like I watched it and I was like, man, they're just like soaking this thing up. Like I literally was like, I just shaking my head. I'm just like, I don't like, man, this Bed Bath crew is just like, they're the real deal. They're like, yeah, give me more. Like it's a fire sale. Like, and
it really is. I mean, anything under 30 cents right now, even 33 cents, anything 3 for $1. I mean, it's like, I look back and I'm like, man, I remember when, we hit $1.21 and that was our 52-week low.
Mhm.
And I was just like, oh my gosh, this is a fire sale. And then I remember saying at 41 cents when it, was another 52-week low, I was like, good grief, it can't go any lower than 40. If it hits, into the 30s, it may be like 39, but it's like, everything's it's gonna mirror the same way we went down. It's gonna go back up in the same fashion, and it already is. I mean, look at how far we've gotten in only 3 months, because I remember it bottomed out. I think it was like May 3rd or something like that. So in another week, I'm really thinking in another week we're gonna get through the 40 cent range. I thought it was gonna happen, this upcoming week, but we've got to break through. I think it was like 42 cents, and then after that it's 56.
Yeah.
Looking at the zones.
I mean, for me, I'm like just liking this timeline. This is the chapter 11. Is we're here. We're here. Exit and post confirmation. I mean, we're on step 4. It's
we're almost finished, man.
And
It's been a long play, but we're all so much smarter about it and understand cigar investing now.
Yeah.
I mean, being a distressed investor, it's crazy, but I mean, you look at the likes of Warren Buffett and Carl Icahn, and you think, man, these guys they're rich for a reason.
Yeah. Sweet. Well, I think I might be calling it a night. I mean, you probably switch later for you. I'm on West Coast time, so.
Yeah, it's time. It's bedtime for me. I just didn't want to be rude.
No, I really appreciate you jumping on and King of All Kings, and I appreciate the comments. Dustin here and coming like I love everyone here. We got Brian Collins. I don't know if he's still in here, but yeah, Honey Horse, y'all naked. Not sure what he means by that, but yeah, no, it's been fun, and one day it's gonna be running. We're gonna be doing 24-hour PP show. Just nonstop hype. It's gonna be great.
That's awesome.
So
we'll get it. We'll all get together here and keep it going, man.
Yeah.
It's been a journey.
It's been a journey, and thanks for coming along this section of the journey with me. So
no doubt, dude. You have
a
good
night,
night,
man.
All right,
Everyone
I'll see you.
Chat. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, dude.